Okay, let's go ahead and bring him in. All right, you all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. Did anybody begin deliberations or talk about the case amongst yourselves? Did anybody communicate with anybody outside the jury about the case? Or did anybody do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics heard anything about?
No, sir.
Everybody says no. Taylor, you can resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge White. Ashley, would you tell us where the pistol was in your bedroom?
It was in a storage bin. It was on top of my laundry basket.
Will you describe the storage bin?
It was like a square bin with hard sides and cloth covering the sides.
Do you remember how old Emerson, your child, was at the time of this incident?
About 2.
Was Emerson able to access that storage bin?
No,
Whose firearm was it?
mine.
Did you have a license?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you, Ashley, what's previously been marked as Defendant's Exhibit Number 2. And Your Honor, I'd like to, if I could, put that up on the screen. Could we?
Are you from the Elmo?
For the blinds.
Oh, sure. And one more set of lights.
Thank you, Deputy. Ashley, take a look at the picture on your concealed firearm license. And in particular, are we able to zoom in on the portrait, the picture? Yeah. Ashley, do your eyelids look the same in that picture?
Yes, sir.
Do they look different in the picture that we admitted after you were slapped?
Yes, sir.
Let's put the, let me see, now, let's put Defendant's Exhibit Number 7 up on the screen. Ashley, what side of your face did he hit you on?
The left side.
The
The
left
left side.
And as we're looking at this picture, it would be to the right?
Correct.
Is your eyelid on the right side the same as your eyelid on the left side?
No, sir.
And how about your eyebrow? The space between your eyebrow and your eyelid on the right side, the same as the space between your eyebrow and your eyelid on the other side?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, Judge. I think we can lift the blinds. Was the firearm registered to you, Ashley?
Yes.
I'd like to now direct your attention back to your initial introduction to Doug. How long was it before Doug expressed his devotion to you?
It was about 4 days after we met that he told me he loved me.
Did any significant event follow after he expressed his love for you?
He flew me to South Carolina, where he was living at the time, and asked me to marry him, and I said yes.
You remember the date?
September 7th, 2016.
How old was he at the time on September 7th, 2016?
54,
And how old were you?
24.
When you finally moved in together, what was it like?
It was challenging. Doug hadn't told his daughter Eva that we had gotten married, and so when she found out, she was really upset. Just understandable. Her mom had suddenly passed like 8 or 9 months before, and I was a complete stranger to her, and I'm moving into her house.
At that point in your relationship, Ashley, describe for us the man you thought you'd married.
He was very loving and attentive. Ava's always with me. We did everything together. We laughed a lot. And he made me feel very special and loved. He always was looking for ways to be with me and to do things for me.
Was there a short time after that you were separated?
Yes, sir.
And what was the reason?
Before I had planned a trip, and so I went on my trip. It was a cruise with my mom and one of my girlfriends.
Were you able to communicate with Doug while you were on the cruise?
Yes, sir.
How?
We mostly messaged each other.
I'm going to pass to you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit Number 3, I believe, for identification.
Yeah. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I thought you said. Oh, the ones that we see. Yes, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Take a minute and go through those, and I'm going to ask you about them.
Okay. Do you want me to read all of them, or? Yeah,
Go
okay.
through all of them. And then I'm going to ask you some questions about them.
Okay.
those text messages actually a true and accurate copy of the messages you received from Doug Bennett?
Yes.
At this time, I would move defense exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Objection?
Can we approach?
Introduce defense exhibit number 3.
Any additional objections?
Oh, I'm sorry, not other than what we discussed.
Admitted, subject to what we discussed at the bench.
Ashley, in this exhibit number 3, who's represented in blue and who's represented in green?
May I take a look again? I'm blue and Doug is green.
You're blue and Doug is green.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask what you thought and how you felt after this text message where he said to you rather than respond. Like always being armed. and understanding them and how to conduct warfare in them for the kingdom. If I dwelt on it, I would go into a rage to remove them from the earth. I desire to exterminate them, and holding back is a challenge. They are rats that should be removed. Last night, just the jerks arguing near you about put me in sheer murderous mood, but I was stuck. I couldn't defend you. But could have been a fight, etc. Only you being with me will over time remove the images in my head. It is same, and knowing you were taken advantage of still in my mind makes me explode with anger to take them out. God made you for me. You haven't seen the war side and never want to. We went from joy and passion to now I'm in a testosterone rage inside. But kill the bad people. How long had you been married when you received these texts from Doug?
I believe it was about like a month or so. Probably thereabouts.
Do you recall approximately how long you had been married?
Well, we got married in the beginning of September, and this would have been the end of November.
Okay.
So
What-
more than that, I'm sorry.
What did you think? Was there anything about those texts that caused you to pause?
You know, at the time, I kind of tried to write it off that it was my new husband and he was just trying to be kind of manly and, you know, be protective and, you know, was trying to show that he really loved me. I think that was kind of what I
Did you
thought at
think
the
it was
time.
flattering?
Yeah.
Ashley, how long did this facade that you've described of Doug's last?
Probably about 3 months.
And what signs did you see that he was not who you thought he was?
When I got back from the cruise, he started very, like, controlling and possessive. He started criticizing everything about me, like the way I would wear my hair or did my makeup or the way I dressed. I found out about me to make him happy.
Did you pinpoint a specific incident, Ashley, early on that stands out to you? What would that be?
A friend of his had come to visit. We went out to dinner with him. And when we went to leave, Doug had had a little too much to drink. And so I said that I would drive home. And he instantly got really mad at me. He was offended. He started screaming at me, and it continued all the way home. And when we got inside, I told him that he was drunk and he just needed to go to bed. And that really set him off. And he tried to flip over the dining room table. He threw a chair at me. He kept screaming at me until he stopped, and then he apologized. And he said it would never happen again. He said he's really sorry.
And Ashley, Did it happen again?
Yes.
Explain what happened.
We had gone to church one Sunday, and after service, after everyone was leaving, we talked to the pastor in like the lobby area in front. And at one point, Doug stormed off, and by the time I caught up with him, I was in the parking lot, and he started cussing at me, calling me names. And when we got in the truck, he accused me of having a thing for the pastor, and he said I was a slut and a whore. And he screamed at me all the way home.
Ashley, was he aggressive and threatening like that in other instances?
It started happening more and more with me and with our animals. He would hurt our pets.
On approximately how many occasions was he cruel to your pets?
A handful.
How would Doug react following a dark episode?
Well, he was either really up or really down. And after, he would be very sick. And he'd be kind. And things would be good. And it was kind of like a flip of a switch. And something would set him off again.
Anything one day, Ashley, that gave you insight into Doug's marriage to his previous wife, Renee?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what it was.
I had been kind of cleaning and organizing, and I was going through a bunch of old devices, and I found a texting conversation between Doug and Renee, his previous wife.
Let me pass to you, Ashley, what we've marked as Defendant's Exhibit Number 11. Can you identify that, Ashley?
This is part of the texting conversation. This is a text from Renee Benefield to Doug.
Is that a true and accurate copy of what you came across that day that you just related to us?
Yes, sir.
At this point, I'd like to move that into evidence as Defense Exhibit Number 11.
No objection.
Received?
I'm going to read you. Let me know if it's accurate.
Okay.
I was deeply disappointed that you distorted the truth about who you really were when I married you. I loved you, though finding out you weren't really what you pretended to be. You kicking me so hard on New Year's Eve on our honeymoon because you were having functioning in certain areas. You hold on to your head twice in my home that I opened to you with my children that still love you, having to sell everything down to my wedding ring. Finding out you were on Viagra, which all of you had to do was tell me, you know I wouldn't care. Trying to film us making love on our honeymoon. Finding out that you wore eye pencil on and on. I loved you so much I didn't care. That's why I was shocked to think you would take pictures of me without asking. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Tell us, Ashley, how Doug would act when he would go off.
He would call it a fit of rage. Sometimes it was as simple as him just yelling and screaming at me or cussing at me, calling me names. Other times he would throw things or break things or smash things. He would come at me like he was going to hit me. He told me I was lucky that he punched walls instead of me.
Are there any incidences in particular, Ashley, that stand out to you?
Yes.
Oh,
We were having an argument, and he came at me like he was going to hit me. And our dog, Sully, jumped up in between us. It was so hard that he knocked him. I just remember screaming because I thought he had killed him.
were there other times that Doug hurt the animals?
Yes, he had hit, kicked, punched Sully. He threw our cat. Sometime he threw Snuffy down the stairs.
What kind of impact did this behavior have on you?
I was always walking on eggshells, trying to do the right things. Because if I said the wrong thing, he would get mad at me. And so I always tried to do it right. If I wore the wrong thing, he would call me a whore or a slut. I feel like I couldn't do anything right.
Was there an incident, Ashley, in June of 2017 that you vividly recall?
Yes.
Please explain it.
We were having an argument, and it started getting really out of hand. He pulled a gun out, and he was like waving it around. And then he threw it at me, and it hit the wall behind me, and punched a hole in the wall. And when I went to run to try, he pulled the gun out and held it to his head. He said that he's got his fucking brains out, and I was gonna have to watch him. And he pulled the trigger and he shot a hole in the ceiling in the kitchen.
Ashley, at that point, what were you thinking of marriage?
He wasn't anything like I thought he was. I feel like I had made a really big mistake marrying him. It was like I was just living in this nightmare. I never knew what I was gonna get.
Did there come a time in July or August of 2017 when you found yourself with child?
Yes.
So let's be clear here chronologically. You became pregnant after this incident where you related that he shot the gun in the ceiling of the kitchen?
Yes, it would have been like right after that, I guess.
Was it planned?
No, it was the last thing on my mind at that point.
How would you deal with Doug?
I tried to do all the right things and keep him happy. Kind of just go with the flow. I didn't want to rock the boat ever.
Did you have a difficult pregnancy?
Yes, I was really sick.
Did you go home from South Carolina to stay with your mom here in Bradenton at 2007? Did there come a time when you returned to Carolina?
Yes.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ashley, why you returned to South Carolina?
I had decided that I was going to leave him. And so I went back to get my things. When he brought me down, he didn't I didn't even have like a suitcase or anything. So I went back to him and I wrote and left him a letter saying why I was leaving.
I'm gonna have an objection.
I'd like to make a statement for the record. I'd like to make a statement for the record. All right, Ashley, can you identify what we marked for identification of defendants exhibit
Judge,
number?
I'm gonna object.
Sustained.
Identify it.
No, sir. I made my ruling.
You told us you left him a letter? All right. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. Let me pass this to you. You can.
Judge, I'm gonna object.
Sustained.
Do you remember independently everything that you said in the letter?
Not everything, no.
Would it help refresh your recollection if you were able to see the letter?
Yes.
Judge, objection.
Sustained.
At the time that you wrote the letter, Ashley, were the contents fresh in your mind?
At the time, yes.
The letter was written in September 2017.
Yes, that's correct.
It's now 2020,
Yes, sir.
so 7 years ago.
Yes.
All right. Do your best
Okay.
to try to respond to a series of questions I'm going to ask you. What did you tell Doug?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained. Sir, can we approach, please?
Safety when you left Doug.
Scared.
What was it that made you uncomfortable?
There's a lot of things. Things that he'd done, like punching our dog and shooting the gun and different things he would say and do.
And were you afraid for just you?
Pregnant at the time. I was scared for the baby.
Were there instances where that your own safety had been placed in danger as a result of conduct by him?
Yes.
Can you give us some examples?
Well, one thing that comes to mind is sometimes he would be scary, yelling and screaming at me and like running up on curbs. The time he almost hit a tree.
Did you strike that? Describe the kind of that would be done to intimidate you?
He would do things. He'd yell at me. He looked like he was gonna hit me.
What about breaking things?
He would break things, smash things, he threw things at me.
Bless you. How would you describe, if you were using adjectives, his behavior?
Possessive, controlling, manipulative, aggressive, unpredictable.
Did you take any steps in the leap to protect yourself in South Carolina?
Yes. I filed for a domestic violence injunction, like a protective order.
Actually, I'd like to pass to you what we've marked as Defendants Exhibit 13A and 13B and ask you if you can identify them.
Um, 13A is the
Objection, Jeff.
Ashley, what was the date? Did the court grant the injunction?
Yes, sir.
Was there a hearing?
Yes, sir.
Were you present at the hearing?
Yes.
Was Doug present at the hearing?
Yes.
Did the judge rule at the hearing?
From the bench, yes.
Date of-
November 3rd, 20.
I'm sorry?
November 3rd, 2017.
2017? Okay, now, was the judge decreed violated?
Yes.
By who?
By Doug.
How?
He sent me a package in the mail.
Sent you the package here in Florida from
Yes.
South Carolina?
Yes.
What was the package represented to be?
A birthday gift, I believe.
And open it?
Yes.
What happened?
Well, when I opened it, there was an overwhelming smell, like a real strong chemical smell. Like an instant.
Did you report it to the police?
Yes.
Ashley, I'm going to pass to you what we've marked as defendant's exhibit number 14 and ask you to identify it.
Okay. What do I do? Okay. Yes.
What is it?
It's a picture of the package he sent to me.
True and accurate picture of the package that you received on that day in November.
Outside, yes.
All right, Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Benefield, we move that into evidence.
No objection.
Received. Defendant's Exhibit 14.
What did you do with the package after you opened it?
I sealed it back. I put it in the garage before I brought it to the sheriff's department.
Now, you told us when you received the package, the contents giving you a headache, that it was in violation of the South Carolina restraining order.
Yes.
Did you, when you contacted the police, request that they take some action?
Yes.
What was the result?
No charges.
Okay.
Were you subsequently notified, especially by the state office here in Manatee County, that no charges were to be filed?
Yes.
Do you remember the date that you were notified?
Not off the top of my
Let
head.
me show this to you and see if it refreshes your recollection.
Okay. At the top, it says October 8th, 2018.
Ashley, when did you give birth to Emerson?
March 19th, 2018.
Where was Doug when you gave birth?
He wasn't there. It was during the restraining order from South Carolina.
So he wouldn't have been allowed to have back with you.
Correct.
Do you remember how long the South Carolina restraining order was to last?
I believe it was 6 months.
There come a time when you're concerned about the South Carolina restraining order expiring.
Yes.
So at or about the time at, what steps did you take to protect yourself?
I filed for a domestic violence injunction in Florida.
What was the result?
It was
And was there any directive entered with respect to Emerson?
there was a tent set up.
Shortly after that, or at or about the same time, was there additional litigation that you filed?
Yes.
Do you recall what it was for?
Divorce and termination of parental rights.
In the termination of parental rights petition, Ashley, did you tell the court,
Objection, hearsay.
Go ahead and finish the question.
did you advise the court in your petition about prior domestic abuse by Doug?
Yes.
Overrule. I'm sorry. You may answer.
I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes.
Do you remember, can you tell us today what you told the court?
I mean, not all off the top of my
Calls for hearsay.
Oh, overrule.
You can answer.
I wouldn't be able to tell it all to you off the top of my head from memory now.
Okay, let's see if I can refresh your recollection.
you like me to read?
I'm sorry?
Do you want me to read the whole thing?
No.
Okay.
I got to ask you, has your recollection been refreshed?
I'm just getting to that part now.
Okay. Referring to what's in front of you, tell us.
Well, can I finish?
Move the document
Yeah, you need to remove the document if the memory's been refreshed.
I just finished reading that part.
Take your time, finish reading.
Okay.
I don't expect you to remember all the details. I'm going to ask you for the high points.
Okay, sorry, there's just a lot in here. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, ask
I talked about him punching Sully and kicking, throwing our cat, trapping me, grabbing me, yanking me, tripping me, shooting the gun in the house, punching holes in the walls. He trapped me in the closet, smash things like that.
All right. As part of the domestic violence injunction that you filed here in Florida, that was before Judge Moreland, was a deposition taken of Doug.
Yes,
Were you present?
yes, by phone.
Who else was present at the deposition?
My attorney, as well as Stephanie Murphy, Doug's attorney, and a court reporter.
Was the judge present at the deposition?
No.
Were you at the entire proceeding?
Yeah.
Did Doug make
Approach.
Ashley.
Can we approach based on this as well?
Okay.
Ashley, I'm going to pass to you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 17,
Okay.
and ask you if you can identify it. Ashley, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what it is.
There are text messages between me and Doug.
And do they truly and accurately reflect texting back and forth between you and Doug?
Yes.
On behalf of the defense, Your Honor, we move into evidence, defense exhibit number 17.
Objection overruled. Defendant's Exhibit 17 will be received.
Ashley, in defense exhibit number 17, the text messages, does Doug admit to shooting the gun in the house?
Yes.
Does he admit to throwing the gun at you?
Yes.
Does he admit to punching holes in the drywall of the house?
Yes.
And does he admit to punching the dog and rendering him unconscious?
Yes.
Objection, no, he does not. Those text messages do not say that.
If I'm going to sustain, if you want to publish the exact
Yes,
exhibit that's been admitted, you can do so.
we intend to publish upon completion of the examination. I want to ask you, Ashley, if I can, about other instances of abusive conduct. Was a tracker any time placed on your car?
Yes.
Was it done with your permission?
No.
Did Doug well, hold on. While the state is reviewing that, Ashley, I'm going to pass to you defendants' exhibits 19 and 20. Tell us, if you would, what they depict.
Holes in the drywall of the house, our house in South Carolina.
Refer to them specifically. Exhibit number,
19 has a
what does
picture
that show?
of a hole in the drywall with my hand next to it. It's kind of been like pushed back in.
Is it a true and accurate production of what existed at that time?
Yes.
All right, and the next one?
20 has a picture of a hole, like a fist hole through the drywall in our home.
Okay, is it a true and accurate photograph of that?
Yes.
On behalf of the defense, Your Honor, we move them into evidence.
State any objection to defense 19 and 20?
No.
Received. All right.
Ashley, did Doug admit to placing an illegal tracker on your vehicle?
Yes, and a message to me.
Did you report that to the police?
Yes,
What was the result?
no charges.
Were there incidents, Ashley, where Doug would appear unexpectedly?
Yes, a lot.
And how would that come about? Can you give
I-
us an example?
I'd be driving down the road and I'd see him in the rearview mirror, a couple cars behind me, or he'd be right behind me. Or sometimes he would show up at places that I was, just unexpected. I'd see him, or like in the parking lot.
And was this while you were living here in Manatee?
Yes, I was living here
And where was Doug living at the time?
in South Carolina.
How could he do that?
He was driving here.
Was this also during the time that the South Carolina injunction was in place?
Both then and after as well.
Did you report those incidents to the police?
Yes,
What was the result?
no charges.
Was there an incident with a neighbor, Ashley?
Yes.
What happened? Ashley,
She,
were you present
yes,
for the incident?
yes. He was outside in the yard at night looking in the windows of my house.
What is the neighbor's name?
Marianne Croft?
And was this reported to the police?
Yes.
Did they respond?
Yes, they came out.
Was it daytime or nighttime?
It was nighttime.
In your presence, was an identification made that it was Doug?
Yes.
What was the result?
No charges.
Was there an incident, Ashley, where you and your mother came home to find someone in the driveway of your home?
Yes.
Who was it?
It was Doug.
What did he do when he saw you?
He was on foot in front of the house, and when he saw us, he took off running.
Did you call the police?
Yes, I had to call several times before they sent someone out.
Did they take a report?
They did, but by the time they finally got there, he was long gone.
What was the result?
No charges.
I want to introduce what we've marked as Defendants Exhibit 23 and 24. Can you identify that?
Yes.
What does 23 show?
23 is a picture of Doug with his shirt off. He's like taking a selfie.
And is that how Doug looked at or about the time of the shooting on the 27th?
Yes.
All right, and what does the next exhibit show?
It's also a picture of Doug with his shirt off. He's working out. He's like doing like a push-up, I guess.
And does that too accurately represent what Doug looked like on the day of the homicide?
Yes.
Your Honor, on behalf of the defense, we move those two exhibits into evidence.
Any objection? Received?
Just one or two more questions, Ashley. Was there a time back around May of 2000 where you wanted to learn about co-parenting with an abuser?
Yes.
Objection, previous ruling.
Sustained.
To the question, Your Honor, or to the line of inquiry?
To the question.
Okay. Did you take any steps, Ashley, to try to determine how to co-parent?
Yes.
All right, and what was that?
I did some like Googling and reading to try to find helpful articles on what to do to make things
I'm going
good.
to pass to you what we've had marked as Defense Composite Exhibit 4, A, B, C, and D.
Objection, Judge, previous ruling, excuse me, is limited.
Can you approach?
Ashley, I'm going to pass.
Defendants, oh, go ahead. It's got to be,
Thank you. I'm going to pass you Defendant's Exhibit number
hold
4.
on. No, I already ruled on authenticity in the past. So, over the state's objection, admitted.
Thank you. Take a look at Exhibit 4A, Ashley. What's the date?
5/11/2020.
And did you do an internet search on 5/11/23?
2020. Yes.
2020, rather?
Yes.
And will you tell us what the subject you researched was?
Domestic co-parenting with an abuser.
All right, and would you go to Exhibit 4B? What's the date of 4B?
5/11/2020.
Did you do an internet search then?
Yes.
What was the subject you researched?
Ask Amanda. How do I co-parent with an abuser?
All right, and 4C?
Yes.
What's the date of 4C?
5/11/2020.
And did you do an internet search then as well?
Yes.
What was the subject?
Co-parenting versus parallel parenting with an abusive ex, the Good Men Project.
All right, and lastly, 4D. What's the date of 4D?
5/11/2020.
Did you do an internet search?
Yes.
What was the subject?
6 tips to help you co-parent with an abusive ex.
All right, Your Honor, I think I'm finished if you just give me one moment. Actually, I'm going to pass you what's been previously admitted as defense exhibit number 6.
Okay.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a whole chain of emails that were forwarded to me by my attorney.
And what is the date it was forwarded to you on?
It says Wednesday, September 23rd of 2020.
Did you read it?
Yes. I mean, do you want me to reread it now or?
Did you read it when it was forwarded to you?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, can the attorneys approach, please? Ms. Benefield, you can step down. You can take your water, you can step down.
Okay. Should I?
Just leave everything there.
Okay. Can I throw this out? Okay.
Members of the jury, it's about 11:45, so I'm going to let you go on your lunch break at this point. If I could have you guys back downstairs in that jury assembly room by 1 o'clock. And when I say by 1 o'clock, maybe 5 till, because the goal will be to go ahead and get you on up here and get started right around 1 o'clock this afternoon. Please remember, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves in any way, shape, or form. Don't discuss it with anybody outside of this jury, and do not do any research, watch television, read articles, anything at all about the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. All right, leave your notes just right there on your chair, and we'll see you back right at 1 o'clock. All right, you all can have a seat. Ms. Benefield, when we had taken that break earlier, I had instructed you that you're in the middle of your testimony. You still are, because now the state's gonna have the opportunity to do its cross-examination. The rule of sequestration applies to you. You may not discuss your testimony, any questions that have been asked with you, anything about the case, including with your own attorneys and defense team. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Otherwise, you guys are free to go, and we'll see you back here. Just maybe a couple of minutes, as I said, state and defense, maybe just a couple of minutes before 1 o'clock, with the goal of getting everybody up here. The clerk's checking right now. Parties, stay still until the clerk tells me that she has all of the exhibits that have been entered or proffered. Wait, 4A through D, you had proffered, but then you took them back?
I believe she
Okay.
has.
Those are the same ones?
Yes, sir.
You didn't remark new ones?
No.
All right. I need 13A, B. Defense 13A and B. Oh, you know what? Those weren't admitted.
Right, not admitted.
Right. No, so they weren't admitted. It was referenced and then that was it. Okay, all right, you guys are all set. Have a good lunch.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Case number 23,
Mr. Cacciatore?
Dave Cacciatore on behalf of the state.
Ms. Boone, good morning. Could you please raise your right hand so Madam Clerk can swear you in?
Please swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Ma'am, good morning. Could you state your name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-77.
We also have a representative from Prison Break Investigations. Sir, if you could come forward, please. If you could, sir, raise your right hand. Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in.
Please swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, sir, good morning. Could you state your name for the record?
Billy Lane.
And Mr. Lane, what's your affiliation with Prison Break Investigations?
I'm the owner and chief investigator for Prison Break.
Okay, very good. The reason the court had this hearing this morning is the court has found that Ms. Boone has forfeited her right to counsel and waived her right to counsel alternatively by virtue of her conduct in this case. As such, Ms. Boone is currently representing herself. The court has been working diligently to provide you the discovery. I received your letter, ma'am, and I have reviewed it. We have not forgotten about you. It's just taken some time in order to coordinate the appropriate processes with the jail. In conversations with the jail, a laptop has been secured and will be issued to you after USB drives are provided with all the discovery. Upon the jail's receipt of those items, the following provisions will be adhered to. The laptop, charging cable, and USB devices will be kept in the FDC main control room when not in use. At no time will the charging cord be placed in the housing unit. Upon the return of the laptop to the FDC main control, the laptop will be placed on the charging cable to ensure it is available for the next day's usage. The laptop and USB device is to be accounted for with the control room inventory. The control room DST or CO will make logbook entries for the issuing and returning the USB device and laptop. The dorm officer will make logbook entries You will appear for a hearing with the court on August 1st, 2024 at 8:45 in courtroom 12A of the Orange County Courthouse with the discovery and all USB jump drives containing the discovery. A representative from the Orange County Jail shall also appear for that hearing as well. At that point in time, Prison Break Investigation shall hand deliver all USB jump drives containing the discovery to the representative from the Orange County Jail in order to be placed onto the laptop that is currently secured and to be issued to the defendant for all trial and court preparation.
For August 1st, Your Honor, I'm
Okay.
supposed to be out of state from Tuesday until Friday of next week, which I believe would encompass August 1st for my son's wedding.
Okay, well, congratulations. When do you return from your son's wedding, sir?
I will be back late Friday evening, so I'll be available the following week.
Okay, will you be able to complete that task by that time?
Yes, sir, I'll do my best.
Okay, sir, we will see you on give me a second, I want to make sure I get the date right. Monday, August 5 at 8:45.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you'll be given a copy of the order that I just read from. Ms. Boone, you'll also be given a copy of the order. Do you have any questions for me?
I am thoroughly confused. Was the notice ever put online for this or mailed to anyone? I don't even know why Mr. Lane is here. I don't know why I'm here.
Well, ma'am, you are now representing yourself, and previously you had requested to appear at every hearing that was held. As you are now representing yourself, the court cannot have any hearings regarding your case without you being here. I put on the record and explained to you the process that the court has had with communications with the jail. I'm not allowed to look at any of that. I'm not allowed to copy any of that. So in speaking with the jail and understanding that you still have a private investigator that was provided to you through the state that's being compensated by the state, you're still allowed to utilize his services. The protections of the attorney-client privilege are still applicable to him, so he's able to review any of these documents, ensure that they are safely copied without violating any terms of the privileges. Those will then be placed on multiple USB drives and provided to you. Those USB drives will then be uploaded to a computer that has been secured for you at the jail for you to access all of that information.
Okay. My question is, was a notice of hearing posted or mailed to anyone to where apparently the news crews obviously got it? How is it that I do not know anything about this other than my bunk being kicked at 3 o'clock in the morning telling me I have court?
Ma'am, I have no other way to get in touch with you other than setting the hearing, which was set yesterday once I received confirmation from the jail as to the processes for how this would work. And I understand that your case is important, and I want to move it as efficiently, as diligently as possible. I know that you've been waiting for this information, and it took some time to confirm the process with the jail. You've advised me that you have very limited space, you have almost no privacy, you have a small drawer where you can keep some personal effects. We could not send all of those boxes with you to the jail, and the jail advised me that they cannot take all those boxes. A process had to be created to make sure, and this is the process.
The process that I was explained after speaking to a couple of sergeants, and I've been waiting for that, and I would much rather prefer a hard copy of these to where I can write on them as opposed to anything that's on a laptop.
I am unable to provide that for you. I have been provided the process has been provided to me by the Orange County Jail. I understand that's your preference, but I can't do anything more than what I've done right now.
I understand. And I have had other information given to me, which is why I've been waiting for the boxes for them. So I don't know, is this something that I need to pursue continuously still for me to be able to receive my hard copies? Because no one tells me anything.
I cannot answer that question because that may call for me providing you legal advice, which I am prohibited from doing.
Okay. Well, because I have no other way of contacting you other than in a letter, and it's AKA worldwide. So am I supposed to go back and speak to the captain and whoever else it is that I might need to speak to in order to receive these?
Again, I cannot answer that question. All I can tell you is that we will have a hearing on August 5, whereby which Prison Break Investigations will provide all of the information on USB drives. Those will be provided to a representative from the Orange County Jail who will place all that information on a laptop for you to use and that's accessible for your use from 0800 to 1600 every day.
Right. Okay, so I guess I will figure that out, because if I'm up at 2 o'clock in the morning, I can't utilize the laptop, which is why another reason why I was looking forward to the hard copies. So my other question is my time prorated for the time that I've been waiting for my discovery?
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
Will I be having additional time added, or will it be extended from the time period of me waiting for my discovery still?
I'm not in a position to answer that question. I don't know what it is that you're asking for.
My pretrial is supposedly set for September 24th, I believe it is. So obviously I will not be prepared, and obviously I do not know what I'm doing, and obviously I'm still waiting for my discovery. So for that time period that I have been waiting for almost 4 weeks now, will that be added to the time frame in order for me to be properly prepared?
As of right now, the dates are what the dates are, ma'am.
Okay, so I just miss a month.
The dates are what the dates are.
So I also sent you, I believe, 5 motions. Have you received those?
No, ma'am, I have not.
They were mailed last week.
Then I have not received them yet. The last correspondence I got from you, ma'am, was received on July 8th.
Okay. 5 motions I've mailed. They're probably sitting wherever else it is, considering it takes a day for you all to receive my mail, considering I'm right down the street from you all. So I have those also in order, which may change whatever information or anything that I'm trying to acquire in between now, the month less that I have in order to prepare for my trial. That's in October. So if you could keep an eye out for those also. I don't know who I'm supposed to ask. How did Mr. Lane come into any of this? Like, how was he called?
Mr. Lane has been your investigator in this case, and he was advised to attend this morning's hearing by virtue of being provided the discovery in order to digitize it so that you can have access to it.
The court contacted him?
I did not contact him.
Am I allowed to speak to him directly?
You can?
Mr. Lane, who contacted you in order for you to be here, please?
The JA contacted me.
If I'm pro se and my own attorney, shouldn't I be included in all of this so I know what's going on and not a surprise hearing like it is again for the second time?
Ma'am, again, this is why there were benefits to being represented by counsel. The court has already identified in its 16-page order the reasons for why you no longer have those benefits.
Right, which
It
is
makes
now
things
formed.
exceptionally more difficult, as I explained to you, in communicating with the court and communicating with the state attorney's office.
Isn't that what a certificate of service is for anything that's filed by anybody in the court?
There
That
was,
should be included in that.
ma'am, there was no certificate of service for setting this for today. This was coordinated by the JA. You were advised as soon as it was set yesterday.
It's just very odd to me that the news knew about it before I did.
Again, I can't speak to that.
And so nonetheless, my constitutional right to counsel is being forfeited on your behalf in the court. So now I don't get appropriate notice in preparation for me to be able to be here and doing what I'm supposed to be doing and act as and perform as?
I've already addressed the reasons, ma'am, for why there was a forfeiture and alternatively a waiver in the 16-page order that you were provided. Again, it's difficult to communicate with you based on where your current housing is. I'm not able to pick up the phone. The judicial assistant's not able to pick up the phone to communicate with you or send you an email to schedule certain things. And it leaves a little bit of a level of further complication.
How is it the news knows before I do?
You keep asking the same question and the answer is going to be the same. I cannot answer that question for you because I do not know.
Okay, but you do know it's harder for me.
I would agree with that, yes.
And you do know that you did not ask me any questions in regards to your order. You just read it straight off and never asked me what's what or how many with anything of it.
Ma'am, if you have questions, I can certainly try to answer them. I'm trying to facilitate you getting that information that you're certainly entitled to, and it took time for a process to be created by the Orange County Jail, as they had advised me. They do not have a place to store 2 banker's boxes of information, nor are they in a position to provide you physical copies. This is what I've been advised as the process is. As soon as that process was finalized, I set the hearing. This was finalized yesterday.
No one ever asks me. I've been waiting for the boxes. I really don't know what to say, and because I supposedly have no way to contact you other than a letter, and the same for you, I don't know how the news crews got here before I did, but I don't know, going forward, how is it that I'm supposed to be able to communicate with you other than me sitting here in front of you at these, I guess, supposed surprise hearings that I'm going to have every single time that it is that you would like to speak to me? Is that what it's going to be?
Ma'am, I cannot answer that question. All I can tell you is that you can communicate with the court through the avenues that you've been utilizing previously, by and through letter writing. As I said, I do not have your letters that you sent last week. They're not in the court file, and they were not in my inbox yesterday. So as soon as I receive them, I will diligently review them, and if we have to set a hearing, you'll be properly noticed for it.
In the certificate of service?
You'll be properly noticed for it, yes, ma'am.
And will there be a proper notice for today?
Notice was performed last night. I've already explained.
Am I allowed to ask the news crews how they got here?
No, ma'am, I'm not going to let you do that. They're not under oath. They're not a party to this action right now.
It's wrong and it's unfair.
You're certainly entitled to that opinion.
Am I allowed to ask him a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Lane, how is it that you and I are supposed to be speaking to one another?
So my suggestion would be, since you're now the attorney and you are pro se, that either you or your honor gives me access to the jail to come visit with you, and I will be happy to do that. It is the policy of the Orange County Jail to have a letter represented from an attorney to allow me to access you. That's the reason for the past previous couple of attorneys I've not had the ability to come out and access you, but that's changed. And I will be happy to continue to move forward with any investigative actions I can do for your defense, as long as I can get that access.
So you need a letter from me?
Or the judge, or the jail, somebody that will allow me access to you. Yes, ma'am.
And I send it to you directly?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a letter also that you'll be supplying to him?
I don't know that I'm in a position to compel the Orange County Jail to do anything.
But you all are the ones who contacted him.
But I can't tell the jail, let this person come talk to you. If they have a policy where you need to provide the letter, then you need to provide the letter.
So until you have that letter, you and I will not be able to speak with one another?
I will contact the jail myself and find out if there's an exemption from pro se, or maybe they can speak to you directly to circumvent the actual letter itself.
Thank you.
Ma'am, do you have any other questions?
I don't think you have enough time. I'm just doing my best, and if you could please keep an eye out for my motions.
I will be on the lookout for them. You said there were 5, correct?
Yes.
right, I will be on-
If you could please include me on the certificate of service for whatever hearings that we have that are no longer a surprise for me, please.
Understood. You'll be given a copy of the court's order that I read momentarily, and I will see you both on August 5 at 8:45 in the morning. All right, thank you all very much. Mr. Cacciatore, anything further, sir?
Nothing from the state.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day. Oh, wait, before you leave, that is all going to be yours. Yes, I would, sir, so that you can begin the digitization process. All right, I'll see you on the 5th. Perfect. Thank you, sir. Yes. I'm just... Sir, can you just hang out for a second so I can give you a copy of the order? Appreciate you. Thank you.
It is a shockingly graphic story of betrayal and torture.
Haley and Associates, Envisions 1908. Today is a sad day. You've been here before. We're here to talk about the results of the autopsy. I am so grateful to have Attorney Ben Crump with us. But as I watch the video again, I have to reiterate, Black women are under attack. We fear for our lives as well. Again, we used to tell our sons, our husbands, our nephews, the men in our lives to be careful and what to do when you're stopped by the police. Now we have to tell our
with the department to know more about the history of this sheriff's deputy who so flagrantly and senselessly shot and killed Sonia Massey with no remorse, no humanity after he did it, evidenced by the video. People contacted our office since we've had the press conferences, Teresa, and this is why we continue to try to fight not only in the court of law, but in the before the findings were concluded, the individual wouldn't cooperate because apparently he was dealing with the criminal charges. And so he apparently didn't trust the system to do right by him. So we know that that individual is now considering coming forward. Even though you have to understand, a lot of people, a lot of minorities in America don't come forward for many reasons. They don't call the police for many reasons because things normally don't turn out good for us when we call the police. Obviously, Sonia Massey is exhibit 1, but we're hoping and encouraging him to come forward and tell what happened with his interaction with Deputy Sean Grayson. And then the other individual we know is out there. We don't know what this situation is, but apparently they also complained about excessive, unnecessary force inflicted by the deputy. And the question really goes back to what Sonia's father, Mr. Wilburn, said. With the 2 DUIs, with the reprimand from the Army over serious misconduct, with the 6 different law enforcement agencies in 4 years, with whatever answers he answered in the questionnaires when he was interviewing for the job. When you asked about why did you leave this department, why did you resign from this, were there red flags missed? And should he have been hired in the first place by the sheriff's department? Those questions only get louder. You know, Malachi and Cliff Jones and us, we asked that question, you know, DUI guilty convictions? How do you even have a driver's license? Much less getting a job as a sheriff's deputy. Many questions to be answered, and so we will be sending the formal letter to the Department of Justice with those things that we have been made aware of, and they have promised the family that they will work with the local agencies and they will try to get answers to all of these allegations of other instances of excessive force. And before you hear from Uncle Raymond Massey and Shadia Massey, and finally for Malachi Massey, we want to take a few minutes to go over the autopsy report because I think it's important. And Teresa, I'll tell you when to turn it over. And you all, I want to thank State Attorney John Heiser for making sure he got the autopsy to the family for transparency, and that he's providing it to you all. Even though the family takes great exception with the Sheriff's Department, they have been very grateful that Mr. Heiser's office has tried to be very transparent and very respectful to them as victims. And so he made sure that this autopsy report was released, and it should give you a lot of the things, answer a lot of the questions that you all asked previously. The biggest thing on the autopsy are the findings, and we will go through those. The conclusion is based on the information available to me and on the autopsy findings. It is my opinion that Sonia Massey, a 36-year-old black woman, died as a result of a gunshot wound to the head. And then it goes on to in more detail, and it says the gunshot wound of the head, the entrance was beneath the left eye. The injury, proliferation of so it's not a subdural artery, but it's an artery that is the blood vessel right beneath her eye. The exit, posterior left surface of the upper neck. Associated injuries, skull fracture, subdural hemorrhages. Direction, front to back, downward and slightly right to left. Range, no soot or gunpowder stippling on the skin. If you could turn it over. And I would tell you, they had an anatomical model that is very important. Here, obviously, you have Sonia Massey with her beautiful smile. But you have, as they said, the injury right beneath the left eye. And then they talk about how the exit is posterior left surface of the upper neck, below the ear, below her hairline. Now, why this is so significant, is it confirms that Deputy Sean Grayson shot in a downward trajectory. He shot in a downward trajectory. This autopsy findings, coupled with the video where we see her ducking, saying, "Sorry, sir, sorry." He shot when she's making a motion coming up, that's how you get the downward trajectory. And you see on the video his arm, he aims down. He literally aims down. You see his arms brace in a downward trajectory. And we know that he walked 2 to 3 steps to his right, out away from the counter, where it was, we believe, from objective observation, to get a better shot at Sawyer Massey. And when Sawyer Massey was staring at the barrel of his gun, we see on the video what she did. She stooped down and said, sorry. And we believe that the bullet, the shot, was shot while she was in a stooping position coming up. And that's how you get the downward trajectory. And the autopsy confirms what everybody already knew on the video, that this was just a senseless, unnecessary, excessive use of force. Completely unnecessary. Certainly not justified. I mean, how can you justify this? She's all of 5'1", 110 pounds. He's approximately 6'5" tall, approximately 260 pounds. Because that's an animal. But even this was emotional for him, but he understood why we have to do it so we can get justice for his mother. So we're going to hear from Raymond Massey, and he's going to talk to you about the families continuing to struggle in these difficult times as they fight for justice. And then we're going to have his daughter talk to you. Mr. Raymond?
Thank you. I wanted to tell you that I loved always full of love, and she loved her kids and God. I call my sister Donna, Malachi, Summer, and their parents daily. And it hurts me so bad that the last time I spoke with Malachi, he had told me he finally got a little rest, and that was just the day before yesterday. And I can tell you that his sister is having nightmares to the point where we have to check the room. That just makes me so angry to see my family hurt as they do. It was so hard. It's hard for me to see my daughter and my nephew had to go in the house and clean up blood. And that just hurts me to see my family hurt. And after what Attorney Crump had talked about the autopsy, that is exactly why he needs to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Thank you, Mr. Massey. Thank you very much, Mr. Massey. Now you will hear from Shadia Massey, who is her first cousin, Raymond's daughter, and even though she has 3 other sisters, she was raised with Shadia, and they were like sisters. And Shadia was the first family member to arrive at the scene, and obviously the emotion of seeing your sister, blood everywhere, and how she tried to clean the blood up. So Malachi and Summer, her children, wouldn't have to see their mother's blood when they came in the house to get their clothes. So Shadia Massey was trying to speak to you from the heart.
Hello. Sonya meant the world to me. I loved her so much. This tragedy has been too much on my family. Her kids, her daughter cannot sleep at night, y'all. She's in one household, I'm in another household. For her to go to the bathroom, she has to be on FaceTime with me. For her to get a drink of water, she has to call us before she get out of her bed. You know, this is the hardest thing that we have ever been through as a Massey. It just breaks my heart that our family has to go through this.
No, you're fine. Justice for Sonya Massey. And finally, you'll hear from Malachi, who was the first one notified that his mother had been killed. And just as he explained to us what they told him, you see, was defined as an autopsy. So, Malachi, if you would share what was on your heart.
Well, you know that they told me that my mom, you know, she got shot in her eye and it came out her neck or whatever. And I don't know, like, I haven't been able to sleep for real. The only time I really feel comfortable sleeping is when I'm, like, just on the floor. I can't even sleep in my bed. Like, I don't know, like, this is just, I really don't have words. Like I've been said, I don't have words for real for this. But the first night I don't go to my mother's house, this happens. How? Why? And I wonder if I was there, if he would have did anything to me. I don't know. For real. That's all I can say.
So you and your sister staying with Uncle Jim?
She lives with her father. I live with my father.
And I will say this, up until just a few weeks, Malachi and Summer were staying with their mother. She was having mental illnesses, and they made the decision it was best that they stay with their father while she seeks help. And but both of them were going every day to check on their mother, be with their mother. And the first time I talked to Malachi, he was so distraught because he said, because I was working, this was the first day I didn't get to her, and this happens. And then the only other thing, Malachi, you may want to tell them is you think law enforcement came there earlier that day.
Okay, it was an incident that happened earlier that day, and I talked to 2 officers or whatever, and I believe that it's the same officer that shot my mother. I talked to his partner first, then the second officer, that's the one that I think the one that did that. I talked to them, and they told me that because she was driving herself to the hospital or something. She wasn't even at the house when this was going on, but she was driving herself to the hospital. They told me that they were going to go there to help her, and then this happens.
Yeah. So she was seeking help because she was trying to get help, and it's like Mr. Wilburn said, she was trying to get help. She needed a helping hand, not a bullet to the face.
That's right.
She just needed those officers to extend an ounce of humanity, not to kill her. And like we said, mental illness is real. You all may have family members who are struggling with their mental health. They deserve compassion and consideration, not excessive, unjustified force like we saw in that video. So we continue to try to say that Sonia Massey, life matters. She did, man, when you hear Malachi talk about what kind of mother she was, how she worked overtime to help him get a car and everything so he can get a job, how she talked to him about balancing budgets and about the Bible and about trying to work and be responsible. I mean, she was doing her best to be a person who helped people in the world, especially her children. She did not deserve this. She did not deserve this. So, Malachi, if you got anything else you want to say? Okay. And thank you so much, Malachi. We will try to take some of your questions if you have any.
So, I'm sorry, Malachi was describing earlier on July 5th that there was a response that the same officers...
That he said he believes it was the same officers. That's why he believes they knew she had was struggling with her mental health.
And she had driven herself to the hospital for treatment?
She had sought consultation, yes.
She had not been in an inpatient program, but she was under doctor's care?
Yeah, well, Mr. Wilborn said it, remember at the other press how she was trying to get consultation because she was struggling with her mental health.
So,
yes,
so Malachi believes that the officers went to his mom's house earlier
that day,
the day before, July 5th.
Was it?
Right?
Yes, July 5th.
July 5th. And do we know why they went to the house?
No, some incident happened. She was on her way to the hospital when she was talking to Malachi. But you talked to the officers too.
Yeah, I talked to them and I was letting them know what was going on. I really don't know what happened before I got there, but I just know that I talked to them and let them know what's wrong with my mother.
So you talked to one of the officers by phone, and I'm just...
No, in person, face to face. Yes, they was at my house.
You were at the house at
yeah.
the same time visiting your mom?
And she drove herself to the hospital because I don't know why she did, but she drove herself to the hospital. When I got there, it was just the police there. Because my mother called me before all of this happened, and she told me the police was there. And when I got to her house, she wasn't there. She was calling me, telling me that she's driving herself to the hospital, and they were outside of the house.
So you don't know who called 911 or called you?
So she drove herself to the hospital after the encounter with the police, right, that day?
And you told them about her struggle with mental health.
Yeah, and I just tried to, like, the whole week, like, before all of this happened, I've been trying to get her in a mental health. We actually did get her in a mental health place in St. Louis, but they let her come back. I don't know why, though. why would they let her come back so soon? I don't know.
Thank you, Malachi.
Praying for you, praying for you.
Thanks. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
You had referenced two separate people that had use of force complaints that were never officially filed. Were those?
I think they were filed, they had no determination, is what we've been told.
But they were filed. And just to get, I guess, to my question, were both of those for Sangamon County specifically, or were those at previous law enforcement jobs?
We think it was a previous law enforcement job. One of them was an African-American citizen. We don't know the other one, but we know that the allegations is that they reported them. They have contacted our office. One of them did tell us he was a black man and told us it's the same guy, and that he, they end up charging him and stuff. And he thinks they did that intentionally. And so apparently it's in his record that there were allegations made, but unsubstantiated. So we continue to try to get to the crux of that. The other individual called the office said that, they made a allegation, but nothing happened. And they didn't want to go further. They just prayed for the family and said, we had a run-in with him too.
So these were proactive calls from the people to you, not official? Okay.
Yeah, proactive calls.
What has DOJ told you? You told us the other day that they'd opened an investigation. They say we're monitoring, assessing, and following the criminal case.
Right. And subsequent to that, we have been told to try to send a formal inquiry about these other allegations so they can look at who those citizens were and if there was a common connection of the excessive force and on who did he inflict excessive force allegedly on.
Okay, so you're familiar with this process.
Yeah.
They haven't said an investigation, but they are assessing what you're
Right.
saying.
So that apparently they've opened a file and they have come short of calling it an investigation. And they told us they would notify us that they're trying to get information just like we're trying to get information, and that they're working with the local officials to get information.
There's obviously plenty of questions about the incident with police arriving to her home earlier in the day. If all of that, who was at the house deputy aside, if there were multiple visits to her home in that day, what does that tell you about the way that she was received when those deputies showed up at the scene later, and the temperament and the way she was treated when they got there?
Well, it's going to be interesting, and I'm sure we can find out who went on the call earlier. Was it the same officers or not? And face while she said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus."
I guess just to go off that, there were already critiques of the way they were handling, treating her, talking to her at the home before any of this happened. The way she was going through something, and they were short, they were talking slowly to her, and I guess just if there was already that history of knowing she kind of had that, does that just expound on those problems for you?
Exactly. If you knew it was a person dealing with mental issues, then why in the world would you ever feel the need to do that to her? She has no history. She never been arrested. she had them go live with their fathers and so forth while she was trying to get mental health. She was trying to do everything right. It was, these are officers, namely, Grayson, who didn't respect her enough to try to say she's having mental issues and we need to try to be compassionate, not heavy-handed.
It was reported with the Kincaid Police Department. In their records, it showed misconduct, serious offense. Do we know, was Logan County and Sangamon County, did they also read misconduct, serious offense when going through his application?
I would assume so if they were being prudent. You don't just hire somebody willy-nilly and you're going to give them a gun and a badge and say you get to go interact with the public. That's what Mr. Wilborn keeps saying. Why did he even have a job as a sheriff's deputy after those red flags?
And the question that I also have is, these police departments or sheriff departments, would there be documents that you request them or we've seen where they tracked, yes, we went to Simon Max's house at this time, like before that July 6th encounter early in the morning?
We don't know, but we believe that when they go to somebody's house, there should be some report of it. And so that's why we're hoping, as I told Malachi, we will know were these the same officers who came to the house or not when he got there trying to check on his mother. Yes, sir.
Can you or a family member talk about what they were trying to do specifically to get Miss Massey mental health aid and the St. Louis situation with her being down there? When is the time frame for that statement?
And Mr. Wilburn and Brianna are here. I think they were the ones who were trying to help her with that. Her sister Brianna and you. Okay. Do you know how long she was supposed to stay in St. Louis? Or?
It was supposed to be 30 days, but then she got out after 2.
30 days, but they released after 2. Is what you said.
Was that it? Sorry, John. Was that a voluntary?
Yeah, it was a
voluntary. They made it, and Malachi talked to Mr. Jones and I. The reason his sister and he were not staying at his mother's house anymore was because she was going to be at the mental health facility in St. Louis. And yes.
You know the name of the facility? It's Grand Prairie or something, or I don't know. That's all right.
No, it doesn't matter. We'll get it. Yes, sir.
Did they give a reason for why, even though she was supposed to be there for 30 days, they released her after 2 days?
He said he doesn't know. Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where she was driving to on the 11th? Like which facility?
St. John's Hospital.
Any other questions? It underscores that mental health is real, and we need to understand that people who are trying to get help need us to be considerate of their efforts to try to better themselves. And apparently, she was trying. She was trying, y'all. She was trying. And so we will continue to try for Sonia Massey. We will continue to fight for her to get justice, full justice. And we keep saying that word, full justice, because her son and her daughter and their family deserve full justice. We will keep you updated. We know that on Sunday, there's been a national call for mourning for Sonia Massey in over 25 cities. Tamika Mallory and Until Freedom, a civic engagement organization, has set it up, and they're having rallies in New York, Washington, D.C., St. Louis, Los Angeles, all around the country for Sonia Massey. We know that Reverend Al Sharpton and clergy are in Chicago on Tuesday at 6 p.m. having a rally for justice for Sonia Massey. And we know that congressional members as well as the vice president are constantly praying for the family and also seeking to talk with her family in the days to come. We've talked to about 3 congressional members so far, and I know Vice President Harris is trying to set up a time to talk with the family of Sonia Massey.
Mr. Trump, what's that agency that's putting these rallies together?
It's a couple of them. It's National Action Network, Until Freedom, National Action Network, the NAACP, all the civil rights organizations. Say Her Name, based out of Los Angeles, black women who have been killed by police violence, like Sandra Bland, like Atiana Jefferson, like Pamela Turner, like Breonna Taylor, and you know the list goes on and on. Yes, they are. Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And you can get all tops by the press at benfront.com. If you haven't gotten it from State Attorney John Muirhausen yet. Oh, they can take a picture.
We can leave it for a few minutes. I'll get it. Thank you.
Is that the zip there?
Yep, Saline, Michigan, 48176.
Amy, just want to make sure that other funding, that I have to have an Ann Arbor zip code.
You're correct, Your Honor. It's just for Ann Arbor residents.
Right. So I can't move her apartment across the line.
Your Honor, you can do as you are. It's your jurisdiction.
You can do that. I'm going to
I
be
can only
impressed.
answer to what I know.
I was say even
I got a big truck. I mean, I'm willing to do what I got to do, but all right. Okay, so that
I will
doesn't
see
help.
if I can get some help family wise. I can see if I can reach out to family members and try and get some help to get it paid. But
Okay, but you don't know.
right. But I'm also having, I don't know that this would have any bearing on, we're also having a sale August 9th and 10th, which I was planning on whatever proceeds I make from that to put that towards my rent as well. And I actually have 3 pay periods this month. My goal is to get all my rent paid in, including September by the end of the month is my goal.
By the end of August.
August, yes.
Okay, and I'm trying not to stretch the case out.
I understand.
If I can.
No, I got
So,
you.
but it's a bit of a quandary because you got 1542 owing.
Right.
If I do what I did in the other cases, you can't get that amount paid off by the 9th, can you? Of August?
I couldn't get paid it off by the 9th, but probably by the Monday after.
The 12th?
Yes, because like I said, I'm having a yard sale the 9th and the 10th. We're having a sale.
All right.
And I'm, trust me, I have stuff I need to get rid of, so.
No, I know.
Yeah.
But that's not a firm.
Right, it's not a firm dollar amount that I will be getting. I understand that.
Yeah, okay. I get it.
Mhm.
Okay. Where have you tried to apply for help before, Ms. Case?
Well, prior to this, I was, sorry,
No, it's okay.
cohabitating with my daughter's father, but that just didn't work out. And then prior, before I moved into Six Trails on my own, I was supposed to move in with my dad, and he unexpectedly passed away. I don't have any other family in the area,
Okay.
so I'm trying to do what I can.
No, I hear you and I understand.
Right. And I do have a part-time job. It's just in the summer, I don't really
Ms.
have
Case,
any
Ms.
hours.
Case. All right. Here's what I want you to do. Take a breath.
Okay.
Okay. You got a plan laid out, and I'm sure it makes sense in your mind.
Right.
It's not really following in mine.
Right.
Okay.
I get it.
And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to put you in a place that's gonna allow you to keep your housing.
Okay.
Also make sure that the landlord's going to get themselves paid.
Right.
Okay. So I understand you're having the yard sale, but what doesn't help me with the yard sales,
We don't have a.
I don't know an amount. If it rains, I got a
Right.
whole different thing, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I can't really use that.
Right.
All right. And so I'm looking at your pay.
Mhm.
You say you get paid each week,
I get paid bi-weekly.
bi-week.
Yeah.
So you just got, when did
I just got paid
the
a week
25th?
ago. Yeah.
A week ago from today?
Yes.
Oh, so you got
So
paid
I-
last week.
Right. And I paid $650, but I also had
Gotcha. Okay.
other
that's where
bills to
this-
do. So I'm trying.
No, I gotcha.
Yeah.
So that's where the 650 came from.
Right.
And so your next check then is the first.
Right.
And out of that check is where you were talking the 700.
To 1,000. I have to wait to see because I put in so much overtime the last couple of weeks. I don't know the exact dollar amount
Okay.
that I'll get paid.
Okay. So here's the only way I'm going to do this. And I know plaintiff may not like it, but I'm going to do what I think I can do for you. Okay. I'm going to adjourn this to the second.
Okay.
However, for you, I need you to pay 923.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to get your check. If you're reaching out to family, you gotta make up that gap, but you gotta at least pay 923.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to do for you is I'm just trying to hold it where it is.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
And then see how we can get the rest of this paid off.
Yes, sir.
I want you, and you gotta pay that by do you get your check on the Thursday?
Okay,
so I want that paid by the first,
Okay.
okay? Because I'm gonna set this for the second.
Okay.
I also want you to call Hawk,
Okay.
okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because you may have applied for other things,
Right.
and I get that, but it also may be that you qualify.
Okay.
Okay, so you take a shot, because if we can get this whole thing cleared up and you're
Okay.
working, right now, you just have to get yourself back to zero
Right.
to move ahead, right? All right, let's give it a shot.
Okay.
Sometimes we don't want to apply because, pride's a funny thing, is
Yes.
yeah, okay. You're probably used to doing yourself, okay? No shame, no nothing in terms of just reaching out. I need a hand right now.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
So call Hawk. And can we make sure she has that number?
Yes.
So she doesn't give me that excuse. All
I
right.
would Google it anyways.
Yeah, no, I got you. But I want you to call them right away.
Okay.
So I want 9:23. I'm going to adjourn this out to 8/2/2024 at 3 p.m.
Okay,
Now, understand something.
yes, sir.
If that 9:23 at least is not in,
Okay,
I'm not talking about it. I'm just giving them a judgment. And
Yes,
it's
sir.
going to include August, and then you're going to have 10 days to make up everything.
Yes.
I don't want you to be in that position.
yes, sir.
Got it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Your Honor, just is the 923 going to the court or to the client, to the landlord?
She needs to pay the 923 directly to you
The
guys,
office. Okay,
to the landlord.
Okay, and, all right, I'm just placing my objection to this adjournment on the record. Thank
I
you.
understand. Your objection's noted.
Thank
All
you.
right.
okay, thank you.
Court calls the case of Six Trails versus Daniel Meyer.
For the record, Cheryl Walkoff on behalf of the plaintiff.
Has not checked in. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Plaintiff moves for entry of a default judgment of possession only, rent to retain possession, $258, court costs $181. The total redemption figure is $439 with the statutory redemption period.
Judgment to the plaintiff. That's by default for possession. Redemption
Thank you.
amount is in the amount requested with the writ to issue 10 days.
Please just come be with us.
I need to show them some things. Can I take them out and show them?
Yeah, let me know if you find everybody.
Okay.
Good afternoon. We're back on the record in State versus Ashley Benefield. We've had our lunch break. It's about 1:08 in the afternoon. I have both prosecutors and Mr. Taylor here along with Ms. Benefield. Before we get started, Ms. Benefield, when we took our lunch break, I gave you the full warning that I give to all the witnesses that you've heard multiple times regarding sequestration. I was erroneous, however, because my instruction to the criminal defendant has to be modified slightly. You are allowed to meet and speak with your attorney over the break. I no sooner got upstairs than realized I gave you the full sequestration instruction. Now, there was no objection to it. Case law talks about if there's an objection to it or a deprivation of the right to counsel. But I want to make sure if there was any error, or even arguable error, that I correct that now.
I appreciate it, Judge. We'll be able to get it all worked out.
Okay, so I'm happy if you want to take time to speak because you're allowed to. I'm happy to take a recess and give you that time if you need.
Thank you. We're fine.
All right, sir.
I think there will be a pre-objection to something I intend to introduce. So.
Okay, yeah, if you know about them now, let's talk about them before we bring the jury in.
But I don't know which ones could you reject?
All right. Oh, you don't have to approach. Or unless you want to. Is it something we want to keep?
No.
Okay.
No.
It's her fault if she walked first.
I did.
So I have States Exhibit 103 and States Exhibit 104.
Yes. It's their objection. So.
Okay. Yes. Objection.
Relevance is to the modeling photo, and mugshot, we submitted a memorandum to the court. It's pretty clear case law, mugshots are not.
I disagree that the case law is clear and the mugshot is not admissible. But the relevance of both of those is to show her face before and after this incident, so the jury can make their own determination if there's swelling on her face. And I did say when we had a pre-trial discussion about the mugshot that I would not intend to enter it unless the defendant made it relevant by testifying that she had swelling on her face. So I do believe now that she said there was swelling on her face, I can introduce the mugshot that I heard weeks later to show.
I apologize.
I was done, I'm sorry.
Objecting party, rebuttal.
I know I wasn't able to introduce in the state's case in chief. I don't think they should be entitled to introduce at ours either.
Well, I think there was some evidence that was introduced. It all depended on what it was. Thank you both very much. 103, what did you refer that to? A modeling picture? Is a modeling picture showing the defendant's front face down to the chest area. And 104 is, I've not compared it, but you say that's the booking photo that was taken when she was arrested. All right, I was just checking because there's like a speck on it. I was checking to see if that was a paper speck or in the picture. So yes, what we originally talked about, I don't think I don't agree that there's a blanket prohibition on the entry of a booking photo. However, it is a bit of a more unique situation if there was an erroneous decision not to allow one party or the other to introduce evidence during the other side's case in chief. It's a fairly simple remedy that the other party can just call them in their case in chief or in rebuttal, lay the proper predicate and introduce the evidence if it's admissible. In this situation, it's a little bit different, obviously. These would need to be authenticated by the defendant, so I don't think it's improper. I'll allow it. The only thing I'm going to require, however, is the 104 is just to be referred to by the date. On such and such a date was your photo taken.
And Judge, I respectfully disagree. There's no case law that says a jury cannot know that a person was arrested. The only case law is that a person cannot be made to sit at a trial in jail clothes. But there is no prohibition. They know she was arrested.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe that helps substantiate the date that it was taken and the time that it was taken.
And I think you can ask her the date and time. So, yeah, no, overruled.
Can I see the exhibits?
Of course.
Judge, just for the record, the state has still not received the order defense exhibit list that you instructed them to get.
Are there any other defense exhibits? Well, let's close this issue out.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
All right, so defense has handed state 103 and 104 back. The question was asked regarding defense exhibits. I don't know what's left. I don't know what witnesses are being called or when. But do you have an exhibit list that complies with Rule 3.220?
I think we gave them all.
No?
Judge, they gave us 360-something items, file folders with multiple pages in each one. That does not comport with the rule. They need to tell us what they are going to introduce specifically.
Well, the rule calls for what do you intend to introduce?
We have them, we'll share them with the prosecution today.
Prior to any other witnesses being called?
Yes.
Okay. Are you ready? State.
Judge, I just still would ask for a list because it's hard for us to, when showing us them, I don't have the ability to recopy them and do all those things like I would have if I had gotten a proper list. And so it's just hard for me to be able to then go find the things to be able to figure out if they're complete.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to have a mid-trial exhibit exchange. And we'll take a break. Maybe it'll be the mid-afternoon break. I have no idea.
We'll give them a list.
And you're going to get a list. And if not, you can go through them and you can write on a piece of paper exactly what they are. And if you say, I want a copy, they're going to give you a copy.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. Problem solved. You ready? You ready to go?
Yes.
All right. When we finish, Ms. Benefield, you were on the stand, so if you could reposition yourself, please.
And if we could put the screen down, please. And shut the lines. Thank you.
Yeah. The clerk is going to leave the lights. The clerk's going to leave the lights as is. When you need the lights lowered, then let us know.
Okay. What number is that? I don't know what you're talking about. 52. I don't need it. Oh.
All right, bring in the jury. Or you all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. Over the lunch break, did anybody talk amongst yourselves or discuss the case in any way? Did anybody talk with anybody outside of the jury about the case? Or did anybody do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about?
No, sir.
Everybody says no. All right, State, you may begin your cross-examination.
I would like to just start with a couple of issues. So first, Doug Benefield never punched you, ever, correct?
Yeah, I'd say that's correct.
Doug Benefield never choked you ever.
No.
He never kicked you.
No.
He never pointed a gun at you.
He waved a gun in my direction.
But it was not pointed at you, correct?
It was pointed at me while he was waving it at me.
He never came at you with a knife.
No.
Or a club.
No.
Or a baseball bat.
No.
So there are 30 years difference between you and Doug, correct?
Yes.
And you got married after 13 days?
Yes.
And you spoke with him about, or organized with him about starting this ballet?
Yes.
Okay. And all of the money for the ballet came from him or investors, right?
My mom also funded part of the ballet.
You didn't put anything into it? Money?
Not from my account, no.
Okay. In fact, during this time in South Carolina, you never worked, did you?
He wouldn't let me work.
Okay. When you said in the very beginning he flew you to South Carolina to visit before you were married, he paid for that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the cruise you talked about going on, he paid for that?
No.
He didn't?
He did not pay for the cruise, no.
Okay.
Yeah, he paid for my friend to go, but I had already paid for my mom and I to go. So.
Okay. So he paid for your friend to go?
Yes.
And he did not go with you?
Oh, no. Mm-mm.
I want to ask you about the text messages that the defense talked to you about. It's going to be Defense Exhibit 3. I'm going to hand it to you. But I have the entirety of it on a spreadsheet that I'm going to put up, which is State's Exhibit 99. If we could dim the lights, please. And Judge, based on the rule of completeness, state would enter into evidence States 99.
Did you want to be heard in addition to what we said earlier?
I haven't actually seen the specific message.
Any objection to States 99? Received.
So I'm going to put this up on the board behind you, screen. We're trying to get it to come up on the screen. Okay. So I would like to orient you to what we're looking at. So on the top line, it gives whether the messages are outgoing or incoming. That would be the third, fourth column that we're looking at. And what I would like you to do is read the body of these, as we go through, I'm going to expand it so you can see it. And if you could just read these for the jury.
Oh, okay. One part is just looking at Renee.
Who is that from you or from Doug?
It's from Doug to me.
So from Doug, one part is just looking at Renee. Okay, go ahead.
I'll tell that part to start. The day I met her, I felt her before I saw her. Oh. My ex-husband lived to argue. Renee and I maybe argued 5 times in 15 years, and even then ended up laughing. Smiley face. I'm a clown at heart and love people being happy. That seems like a hard act to follow. Baby. Like always being armed. Yes, my love.
And the outgoing messages are you or Doug?
It looks like outgoing is Doug. Yeah, outgoing would be from Doug.
Judge, can we see the date for reference of the messages?
It's up on the screen.
Where?
So yes, my love, I think was the last thing you said. And then what's the next thing?
Are you doing things that are dangerous?
And you're going to have to speak up just a little bit.
I'm sorry.
Here.
Are you doing things that are dangerous? To think of all the time that you were not with me, and understanding them and how to conduct warfare in them for the kingdom.
Where was he when he was sending you these messages? While you were on the cruise?
I believe he would have been in Charleston.
Okay. He wasn't on a business trip?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Continue reading. All the other people.
All the other people. Then a rectangle. It makes me so sad. And then another rectangle. If I dwelt on it, I would go into rage to remove them from the earth.
And your response to that?
Yes, baby, I hate it. It hurts. He said I could defend myself, and you were easy prey for predators. You're sweet and want to please people, and they used that.
And you said? I'm sorry, and then he said?
I desire to exterminate them, and holding back is a challenge. They are rats that should be removed.
And you said?
Oh, baby, my love. Yes. Like that night, like last night, just the jerks arguing near you about put me in a sheer murderous mood, but I was stuck and I couldn't defend you. I said, thank you, baby, but I was okay. He said, but could have been a fight, etc. Only you being with me will over time remove images in my head. It is same And knowing you were taken advantage of in my mind makes me explode with anger to take them out. God made you for me. And I said, yes, baby. He said to enjoy the beauty he did craft on earth. I see Renee as Eva's mom, not my wife. It is strange, but...
Can we pull that back up?
He said it is strange, but there is no emotional connection. I said, well, I'm glad. I just wish I could see it that way.
And you said, I'm glad, I wish I could see it that way. Were you talking about being jealous of his relationship with Renee?
I guess you could put it that way.
Okay. You can continue to read.
I know we both have a battle to fight in our minds. He was sitting on the mantle in the background. I'm crazy, I know. But it just killed my heart. I know I see you in my mind with a bad person, with your legs spread and a shitty person choking you out. That haunts me. I love you and I never want to hurt you. I'm sorry. Rectangle. Now all I see is some douchebag on top of you, fucking you with your legs spread and him choking you out and fucking you more. Right now I literally want to kill him or them. I said, baby, don't even think like that. He said, you haven't seen the warrior side and you never want to. I said, no one will ever touch me. I am yours. I don't. You are right. I want to see you only as my sweet and loving husband who is gentle to me and kind. He said, we went from joy and passion to now I'm in a testosterone rage inside. And who is always there and safe? That's what I said. And I said, let's not ruin the day. He said, but kill the bad people. Okay. And I said, tell me that you love me.
So this conversation was about things that you had told him that people had done to you, correct? When he's talking about, I'm imagining this, I'm imagining people choke you, he's talking about a conversation that you had had with him explaining that this had happened.
I think he was referring to on the cruise one night. I was talking to him on the phone and I was sitting out in the hallway up at the top deck and I was just trying to get somewhere where it'd be quiet so I could talk to him. And it was near, there was some like a bar or something up there, I think, I'm not sure, but people were coming in and out, like maybe a restaurant. And while we were talking,
I'm gonna stop you
he
there.
heard.
Is the answer yes or no?
She needs to allow her to finish her answer, Your Honor.
You finish your answer.
He had heard a couple guys that were talking loudly, and he got upset because he thought these guys were going to hurt me, and so he talked about then that he imagined that, you know, I was out in the world without him and that people were going to take advantage of me and that he didn't know it was going to happen to me.
And he was afraid for your safety.
Yeah.
And he was saying that if anybody hurts you or he thinks about anybody hurting you, it sends him into a rage.
Yes.
And that scared you.
I'm sorry?
And that scared you.
Well, as I said earlier, at the time I kind of, you know, played it off in my head that he was just my new husband who was trying to be protective and like show that he loved me by kind of being, you know, manly.
Okay. So I want to talk about you having a baby. So Doug had a vasectomy removal in April of 2017, right?
Yes.
And you paid for that?
Part of it went on my debit card or my credit card.
And your intention was to get pregnant?
Yes, we had talked about that, yeah.
And this was how many months after you were married?
We got married in September, so October, November, December, January, February, March, April. 7.
And was this, during this time, you said he had started criticizing you, right? About the way you looked, your clothes, the way you acted. He was, according to you, he flipped a table, tried to flip a table, threw a chair, right?
Yes.
He would scream at you.
Yes.
He would call you slut and whore.
Yes.
And you want a baby.
I mean, yeah, we were married. We wanted a family.
Okay. So the vasectomy reversal happens, and I believe you said that this baby was a surprise. Is that what you said?
Well, we weren't like planning on it right then. Yeah.
Were you having unprotected sex?
I suppose so.
Okay. So you knew that unprotected sex would result potentially in a pregnancy.
The doctor had told us that it probably wouldn't work for a while, so it wasn't something that we thought would happen that fast.
Okay. But it did?
Yes.
How quickly? When did you get pregnant?
I guess July.
And right around this time is when you say the incident happened where Doug threw a gun at a wall.
He threw it at me.
Shot a gun at the ceiling. I think you made several allegations, correct?
Yeah, he admitted to it, but yes.
What were you arguing about?
I think Eva was part of it. I don't specifically remember.
And wasn't it true that you had a problem with Eva and you thought she was disrespecting you at that time?
I wouldn't say I had a problem with Eva. There was a lot of tension in the house, but yeah, there's a lot of things going on that were not ideal.
You knew she was 15.
Yeah.
And you knew she had just lost her mother tragically to death.
Yeah.
And you were how much older than her?
10 years, 9 years, 10 years.
And this tension surprised you?
No. I mean, at first he had told me that she was really going to love me and that she was ready to have a woman in her life and that he wanted me to move in quickly because she needed a mom. So he made it sound like she also felt that way.
And you had no feelings of your own?
I was excited to get to be her stepmom.
And you gave her a shadow box right around this time, correct?
For Christmas, so it would have been in December.
All right. And what was the shadow box?
You want me to describe it?
Yes.
It was like a small picture that had like deep sides and like the glass was at the front of it. And there was a sand dollar that I had painted and decorated. And I put it on like a black cardstock. And I wrote a saying on it that said something about how like you can be strong through the storms and that, you know, seashells are beautiful things that come out of storms.
And that shadow box is the reason you were arguing that day with Doug, correct?
I know it came up at one point. I don't know if that was the reason.
And what was the problem with the shadow box?
Eva had taken it apart and I guess had thrown out the thing that I made and was using the picture frame for something else.
What was she using the picture frame for?
She had put a rose from her mom's funeral in it.
And that upset you pretty badly, didn't it?
It made me really sad. I had taken a lot of time to make it for her and I thought it was special and yeah.
You began crying.
Yes.
And you dropped to the floor and sobbed hysterically.
Probably.
You were so upset that she put her dead mother's rose in the shadow box.
Right. It wasn't that, it was that she took it apart. I mean, I would have bought her another shadow box.
You went to Doug and said it was disrespectful that she took this apart.
According to Doug?
No, according to you. You went to Doug and said, she's acting disrespectfully. You need to handle her. She upset me. I'm crying.
I don't remember saying that about that.
Isn't it, in fact, what you were arguing about before this whole incident with the gun and the ceiling?
Is this relevant as it relates to the daughter? Can you approach, please?
So the day that this argument happened, you actually, at one point, were in the car with Doug, right?
Yes.
Okay, you were going to the bank and going to do some other errands?
I believe so.
And the entire time, you're upset about this shadow box?
I don't distinctly remember that, but the argument kind of came from there, I guess.
And in fact, it wasn't an argument, right? It was you being upset.
Well, he said that like life was out of control and he couldn't deal with the people at home and he couldn't deal with the people at the ballet. And he felt like everything was just too stressful and he was upset with everybody.
And didn't he ask you to stop?
I'm sure at some point.
And you didn't stop?
I guess not.
For the car ride? No? Yes or no?
I don't remember.
And you kept telling him you need to discipline Eva?
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. And he said, let's just stop talking about this for a while. I need to think.
He was yelling at me.
So he's yelling at you, but you weren't sitting there like you are now, were you? You weren't sitting there like this.
I guess I was buckled into the car, so I probably would have been sitting further back.
And you didn't stop, and then you get home, you're still arguing, correct?
He was still yelling at me, yes.
And you're not yelling at all. And the fact that he had a gun with him when you continued to argue in the house was because he grabbed the gun from inside the car to bring his items from the car into the house, correct?
I'm not sure why he had it, I guess.
Okay. And it was in a holster.
I believe so.
And you both used to carry guns.
Mm-hmm.
You carried guns on a regular basis.
Yes, ma'am.
You have had, at the time, more than one gun.
Yes, ma'am.
And you actually bragged, as well as Doug, about having guns, correct?
Yes.
And you would go shoot them on a regular basis?
I haven't been to their range since before the presidential election.
Okay. But during the time that you met Doug at a political event, you had one of the guns in your bra?
Yes, that's where I concealed carried.
Okay. So having a firearm in a car or in the house is not that unusual to you?
No, ma'am.
All right. So after you get back inside, there's this argument that continues on and on and on and on. And you're still asking Doug to discipline Eva.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And you say he was waving a gun around and threw a gun at you. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
So he has a gun in his hand, could point it at you.
He did point it at me.
But he throws a gun at the wall.
No, he threw it at me. He missed me.
Okay. And it hit the wall?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When was this? What was the date of this argument?
I believe it was the end of June.
2017.
Yes, ma'am.
When was your wedding reception?
It was shortly after that, maybe like a week or two later. I don't remember specifically.
Okay, so even though you'd been married before, you were now having a wedding reception.
Yes, when we got married, it was just the two of us.
And at this wedding reception, you had a lot of guests come?
I'd say maybe a dozen. My friends and family came.
And they're dressed up?
Yes.
You're in your wedding dress?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 10. I want you to tell me what this is, or I'm sorry, it's 100. I want you to tell me what this is. It's going to come up behind you. What is this a picture of?
That's a picture of Kevin, Christy, me, and then Doug.
Okay. And is that a picture from the wedding reception that we just talked about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 101. What is that?
That's a picture of me and my friend Christy.
And is it at the same wedding reception?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 102. What is that?
It's a picture of my friend Laura and me, and then my friend Christy.
And this is also at the same reception?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State will move into evidence, States 100 through 102.
Any objection?
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Any objection to states 100, 101, 102?
No.
Received.
Thank you. And in States 100, are you scared here of Doug?
No, I would not say no.
You said on direct examination that around this time you were living the nightmare. Those were your words, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you living the nightmare here?
Oh, no, not at that moment, no. That was a very nice day.
How about at this moment?
Oh, it was a good day.
And States 102 at this moment?
Same. It was a good day.
So you get pregnant and you decide to move in with your mother. So when do you decide to move in with your mother in Florida?
It was the end of August, I believe. I was really sick, and he brought me down to my mom's house and dropped me off.
Okay, but going to your mom's house was your choice, right?
We decided together. He said he couldn't take care of me. He was too busy, and that my mom could take care of me better. So I was happy to go.
And you needed someone to take care of you while you were pregnant?
I was really sick, yes.
Okay. So you moved down with your mother at maybe August of 2017, you said?
The end of August, I believe.
Okay. But there's still this issue of the injunction in South Carolina while this is going on, this South Carolina-Florida thing, correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, you said you applied for the South Carolina injunction, or you received the South Carolina injunction right around that time in 2017. Actually, I think you said November 2017.
Yes, a few months later.
So shortly after you moved in with your mother, a couple of months,
I don't believe so.
none of your complaints were heard at this hearing.
There was like a written, like a filing.
But the judge, other than that, did not hear any evidence at the hearing.
That's correct.
All of that was forestalled because the two of you agreed, okay, fine, we will have this voluntary stay away order.
It was decided through the attorneys, but I believe that was, yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So the judge never found that Doug Benefield was dangerous and ordered this injunction?
I'm not sure what the judge found. I don't know what you mean by that.
There was never a court finding giving you an injunction, other than you stipulated to it.
The judge ordered it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this injunction, actually, part of it says that neither party shall harass or threaten or do those types of things to each other.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. So then after you're in Florida, you get a package that you say was in violation of this injunction. And it's a birthday present, right?
Yes.
It's a tea set.
Among other things, yes, ma'am.
And you liked tea.
I like drinking tea, yes, ma'am.
You drank tea all the time with Doug.
Yes.
Okay. And you opened this tea and you claim that it smelled so strongly that you automatically rushed it to the sheriff's office.
I didn't specifically sniff the tea. It was when I opened the box, the whole, contents had a very strong chemical smell.
So you immediately rushed it over to the sheriff's office?
No, ma'am. I immediately sealed it up and I left it in my garage.
For how long?
I don't remember specifically. It was maybe a day or two. I don't remember.
It was a little bit longer than a day or two, was it not?
I don't remember.
Okay. So after this time goes by, you take it to the sheriff's office, and you claim that this was a violation of injunction, right?
It was, yes, ma'am.
And you also claim that this was all part of Doug's poisoning scheme to poison you and your unborn child.
Hazmat informed me that there was toxic
I don't want to hear what
chemicals
someone else told you. I want to hear what you claimed, that this was part of his poisoning of you. Plan to poison you.
Well, based off of what I was told, that was the conclusion I came to.
Ma'am? Yes or no? What, according to the way you felt, this gift was a part of his plan to poison you.
It concerned me. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So no charges were filed for that, correct?
Correct.
So you filed for an injunction based on the same allegations, right?
When my injunction in South Carolina was getting ready to expire, yes, I filed for one in Florida.
Okay. So when you filed in Florida, about what time was this? What date?
I could give you a ballpark. It was in the spring. I don't remember exactly
Spring of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you had left Doug in South Carolina August of 2017.
Yes, ma'am.
And you filed for an injunction in the spring of 2018.
That sounds right.
But you hadn't been living with him, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't even had any contact with him for a very long time when you filed for that injunction, right?
Well, other than him sending the box and, yeah.
Okay. So what violence were you trying to prohibit by filing this injunction? Everything that happened in South Carolina.
Well, I was just hoping that wouldn't happen again.
Okay. And at the same time you did this motion for an injunction, you also did a motion to terminate Doug's parental rights, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So during this time that you haven't been with him in almost a year, at least half a year, there hasn't been any violence other than you say the T set. You're filing for an injunction all at the same time that you're trying to terminate his parental rights. This is all correct, right?
Sounds correct, I
Okay.
believe.
And you hadn't even had the baby yet.
As of when?
As of the time that you were trying to terminate his parental rights.
I don't remember what the date was, but it would have all been around that time.
And then there's the hearing that goes on for this injunction, right? And this is in front of Judge Moreland, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had a 2-day hearing. on this?
Yes, ma'am.
Partially, it was a motion for your injunction based on these issues, and it was also Doug's motion to be able to see his child, right?
I believe at some point things got consolidated, but I don't recall specifically.
So at this point, Doug had not seen his daughter.
Correct.
And your daughter was how old?
As of the date, like the last court date.
She told you she could not identify this person.
She said by just looking, as dark as it was, she had a hard time identifying him by his face, but that she identified his voice.
That's interesting. So let's talk about that. So when she tells you that there's somebody in her backyard, you go to her house, right? You end up together with her.
Yes.
All right.
Not at her house, but yes.
And you play a recording that you've recorded, like a voicemail from Doug for her, right?
She believed it was Doug, and she said that she could probably identify his voice because he had a unique voice. And so I played a voicemail I had from him, and she identified him
The
from
fact is, she
that.
didn't tell you she thought it was Doug. You just asked her if it was Doug.
I believe she contacted us and said that there was a strange man looking across into our windows, and she was freaked out, and she wasn't sure if it was him.
Okay.
I don't remember specifically. I'm sorry, this is a long time ago.
And you play a recording of Doug's voice for her.
Yes, ma'am.
And she goes, oh, that's him.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
the one that was there.
Yes, ma'am.
So that is the ID that Doug was in her backyard.
I believe she also described his body type, his stature. She said he was wearing a baseball cap, which he often did. So I think that was probably
Don't a
part
lot
of
of
it.
people wear baseball caps?
She needs to allow
I'm sure.
clear answer before she cuts her off.
I've been able to follow along, so I'll overrule at this point.
There's a lot of people that are 5'9", right?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
A lot of people that weigh 160 pounds.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of people that wear baseball hats.
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that this person in the backyard said to her, I live around here, I live here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I believe so. I wasn't there for that part, but that's what I believe she told me.
Thank you. Doug and Emerson. very shortly after that hearing.
Yes, according to the court order. Yes, ma'am.
And you decided you were going to go with him on this visitation.
I offered and he said he would be glad for me to come, so yes, I went.
This person that you lived in a nightmare with, you decided to go with him on this visitation.
Yes.
Now, the Judge Moreland hearing, when she ruled, she made it very clear that she did not see your side.
Sustained.
You had no faith that Judge Moreland was going to help you from that day forward.
Overruled.
You had no faith that Judge Moreland was going to help you from that day forward.
I don't know, they'd say I thought she would never help me, but I mean, she denied the injunction, yes.
So you go for this visitation with Doug, along with him and Emerson, and that begins sort of a, I think Stephanie Murphy called it like a honeymoon period or a happy period piece. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So during this time, you spent a lot of time with Doug.
Yes.
And a lot of time with Emerson.
Yes.
And you weren't scared of Doug at that time.
He was being very kind.
Okay. So you weren't scared of him at that time?
No. I mean, I had things at the back of my mind, but he was being very kind.
So then around summer of 2019, you actually make arrangements with Doug. He's going to move into your mom's house.
He wanted to move in, yes.
You actually agreed to that?
Not specifically. He didn't really ask my opinion. He told me.
Okay. And then the date that he was supposed to move in, you made plans with him,
Hold on a
correct?
second. Sir, who's crinkling the paper? Is that Mr. O'Keefe? Sir, could you please stop? Thank you. Go ahead.
So during this time, you're speaking with Doug.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And you're talking with him about moving into your home.
He was insistent that we needed to
The
move in
answer is
together.
yes or no, please. You were talking with him.
She interrupting the answer.
If the question calls for yes or no, the questioner has the right to expect a yes or no, or I don't know, or I don't recall,
So
as opposed to a narrative.
You were speaking with Doug about him moving into the house.
Yes.
And about his things being moved and when they were going to be moved.
Yes, I'm sure.
And at any time during this, did you say to Doug, no, you're not moving in?
Yes.
You said no.
I'm sorry.
You told him no, he cannot move in?
Yes, that's why he ultimately didn't move in, as I said,
Okay.
I can't do this.
Isn't it true that in fact, you didn't tell him no, you just weren't available the day he was supposed to move in?
No, that's not correct.
Okay. So you're saying the day he was supposed to move in, he knew he wasn't supposed to move in? Is that what you're saying?
We had a conversation that day, and I told him that I didn't want him moving in.
Okay. And then you did not take his phone calls, you would not speak with him. I think the word was ghosting. You ghosted him.
I don't know whose word that is, but that's fine. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But visitation continued.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you continued to exchange custody of Emerson where? The sheriff's office or?
I believe at that time we were doing the sheriff's office.
And sometime around this time, you show up to this visitation with an engagement ring on, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Who is Dennis Beatty?
Dennis Beatty.
Beatty. Who is that?
He was a gentleman I dated at one point.
And it was during this time that you were dating him, right?
After I told him not to move in, and then we started just doing time sharing with Emerson. Yes, after that, there was a period of time where we dated. Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it a fact that Doug filed for a divorce after one of these visitations?
I'm not sure when he filed for divorce specifically.
He filed for divorce after he knew that you were dating this other man, right?
Once again, I'm not sure when he filed.
How did he find out? Did you tell him you were dating him?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How did he find out?
I think he was stalking me.
It wasn't the ring on your finger?
It was not an engagement ring. Ma'am.
Well, it was a ring. Did he see the ring on your finger?
I'm not sure what he saw. I wear rings all the time.
Okay. So Doug files for divorce. And all of a sudden, you file for, well, you start a bunch of complaints, correct? About his treatment of Emerson. What you say, his bad treatment of Emerson.
Well, she started coming home hurt.
It's a yes or no question. Did you file complaints about his treatment of Emerson?
Yes.
Okay. And you eventually filed for another petition to get an injunction based on those incidences that you claim happened with Emerson.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you complained about the first time and nothing was done. Is that correct? this time, did you speak with members of the sheriff's office?
I'm not sure specifically what time you're referring to.
During the time that there were allegations that Doug was abusing Emerson, did you speak to the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
On numerous occasions?
I would say so, yes.
At least 5?
Probably, yes, ma'am.
And during those conversations, you were making allegations that Doug was abusing Emerson, right?
Well, I was explaining the injury she'd come home with. I mean, I wasn't there. I don't know what happened.
Okay, but you were alleging that Doug was abusing the child.
I was concerned after her pediatrician called CPS and said that she thought she was being abused.
Are you aware that pediatricians are required to call CPS when a mother alleges that?
I didn't allege anything. I brought a video to show her at the appointment, and she called
So you
CPS.
Objection.
That's your answer, ma'am.
Well, after showing her a video of some behavior, she called CPS and she informed me that I was also a mandatory reporter and that it would be negligent if I didn't also call and make a report.
You brought Emerson to the pediatrician specifically for this reason, correct?
No, ma'am, she had her checkup.
But you brought this up to the pediatrician.
At the end, she asked if either of us had any questions.
And that's when you bring up, oh, she must be being abused.
No, I described to her the behavior that I was seeing, and I showed her a video when she came to her own conclusions.
Okay. So you spoke to the sheriff's office about that investigation and other investigations, and about the investigations that Doug was abusing Emerson.
A sheriff usually comes out with the CPI from Child Protection.
And you spoke to them?
I mean, they were there when I was talking, I guess, yes.
And you were talking, making allegations against Doug, assuming that he caused injuries to Emerson.
I'm not sure of my exact words. I was trying to describe to them what I was seeing and my understanding of the situation at the time.
You filed a petition for an injunction based on those things, correct?
At the advice of my attorney, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Whether your attorney advised it or not, you chose to do that, correct?
Yes, I followed the advice of my attorney.
And you were aware that if you went forward on this injunction, that it was going to be in front of Judge Moreland?
Yes, ma'am.
And this injunction hearing was supposed to take place on September 30th of 2020. Yes, 2020.
Yeah, it got moved several times, but that was a date.
Okay. So it was supposed to take place on that day.
Yes, ma'am.
And there were other things pending. Do you know what the other pending items were?
Not specifically.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
One of them was Doug's request for a divorce, correct?
Yes, we both filed for divorce at that point, yes.
So Mr. Benefield filed for divorce, you file an injunction petition, then you file for divorce.
I filed for divorce first.
Okay. And then you're scheduled to have this hearing on 9:30.
Yes, the hearing was scheduled for 9:30, yes.
And you're speaking with Doug during this time, right? I mean, we just heard 200 and whatever text messages between you and Doug.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you at any time in that say to him, I'm going to go forward with this injunction on Wednesday, on the 30th?
No, ma'am.
In fact, based on those text messages, you were dropping the petition for an injunction.
Yes, we talked about dropping everything, yes.
No, you talked about it, but you said you were going to.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is what the result of the mediation was. That there was not going to be any mediation, really, because you were reconciling.
Yeah, we agreed, I guess, in order to move to Maryland. My understanding, the attorneys were advising us to, if we closed things down, that it would make it easier, like legal-wise, for us to relocate.
So you were telling Doug that's what you were going to do
Yes, we were trying to work things out so we could all go to Maryland, yes.
and drop the injunction.
That was one of the things.
And you wanted him to drop everything, right? The motion to release the report, the dissolution of marriage, you wanted him to drop everything.
No, we filed a joint stipulation so we could get the report.
But then you asked him to drop that, didn't you?
I know we kind of went back and forth with so many things.
Okay. You never had any intention of not going forward on your injunction.
Honestly, it was kind of one of those things that some days I thought that maybe I should, and some days I thought that I shouldn't.
So during this 1 week before you shot Doug, you're talking and you're saying to him things like, oh, we're packing boxes, we're getting everything together. This whole time, you knew you weren't going to stop that injunction hearing.
I hadn't decided yet.
Okay. Your attorney testified that you were going forward on that injunction hearing.
She was advising me to keep it.
Okay. So during this time when you're telling Doug to bring different boxes, bring tape, you asked him to go to Selby Gardens, right?
Yes, we all went. I think we got lunch. We brought Emerson so she could play.
Okay. And you are having conflicted emotions about whether to go forward on an injunction.
Yes, ma'am.
While you're out having these types of experiences with Doug.
Yeah, sometimes things are really good and other times they weren't.
Okay. And so how about, let's see. This is part of State's Exhibit 98.
I don't even know what it's doing. I think it's giving you clues that I gotta guess.
Is it like with words? I'd say not safe.
Get real?
Second word.
Real?
Working mother, not a working mother.
Working mother, not a working mother?
Not a working mother. I live in a
Slum.
People literally
Oh no, it's running out of time.
I live in a
House.
and
Real house. White.
to put together.
Housewives of. Oh, real. Oh.
And this video was taken the week before you shot him, right?
I don't know the exact date.
When was? I mean, in your mind, it was very close to the time, correct?
Yeah, I'm sure it was right around then. I don't remember when it was.
And during this time that you were having these text messages with Doug and you're planning to move to Maryland, there's no violence going on.
No.
No?
I guess not, no.
He's not hitting you.
No, ma'am.
He's not choking you.
No, ma'am.
He's not shoving you around.
No, ma'am.
So this entire time, there is no violence going on.
Well, I don't know specifically what time frame you're talking about. I'm sorry.
But during this, let's say from 2018 to 2019, when you're not living with them.
I mean, if you classify violence as him like
I'm asking
punching
if
me or
there's
choking
physical
me,
violence during this time.
He could be rough sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did he ever punch you?
Not during that time, no.
Did he ever hit you?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever use a weapon against you during that time?
Not during that time, no.
So in between the time of 2019 to 2020, where you shot him, was there any physical violence?
Like I said, sometimes he'd be a little rough, you know.
But other than that, he never was physically violent.
He didn't like punch holes in the walls or anything like that, no.
So when I asked you if has he been violent, you said, well, he didn't punch holes in the walls. Is that what you just said?
That's what I just said, yes, ma'am.
So punching a hole in a wall to you is a definition. When I ask, was he violent? Your definition of that is punching a hole in a wall.
I think that is violent.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
So hang on just a second. So I want to get to the day that all of this happened. This happened on a Sunday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're moving on, or you have a hearing on Wednesday.
I believe that's correct, yes,
And you're
ma'am.
moving right after that.
I think the actual day of move was kind of in flux. It seemed like it changed 1,000 times.
You're all getting in the car together, not together, but you're driving cars together to go to Maryland.
Yeah, I believe he was going to be driving the U-Haul and pulling his truck. And I think that my mom was driving her car and I was driving mine.
And you were telling him during that time that you were going to move to Maryland and attempt to reconcile.
No, ma'am.
You weren't telling him that.
No, not in those words, no.
Did you hear Dr. Broder testify about that? That he said that when you were with Doug.
Objection here. Sustained.
So you're denying that you ever told Doug that you were wanting to reconcile with him?
I said I wanted to find a way that we could do things together as a family for Emerson's sake, and that's why we started doing things differently. He wanted to move back in, together, and I told him that I didn't want to do that. I didn't feel comfortable with that.
Did you say that in Dr. Broder's office? In front of Doug?
No, not in front of him.
So when you're with a safe person, a psychologist, you're not telling Doug this.
What? I'm sorry.
You're saying that you told Doug when it was just the two of you that you didn't want to move in together.
Yes, ma'am.
And you felt safe telling him, I don't want to move in with you. Right? That's what you're saying.
Yes, we had that conversation many times, yes.
But you're in front of this psychologist who one would think is a safe environment with Doug sitting next to you. You hear Doug say to Dr. Broder, we are going to Maryland and we are going to try and reconcile. And you don't feel safe enough to say to Dr. Broder, no, that's not what I want to do.
I would want to make him look bad in front of somebody else.
Okay.
I wasn't going to disagree with him in front of anybody.
Okay. So the plan was to load up the truck, get everything done, and then move very shortly after the court hearing. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had no intention of dropping that injunction, so you knew on the day of that hearing he was going to know. Right?
I'm sorry.
You knew that Doug was going to know that you had no intention of reconciling with him.
We had the conversation many times. I think he understood where I was at.
Okay. You saw the text messages between you and him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree that those text messages do not indicate that?
It doesn't say we're getting back together, moving in together.
It doesn't say we're not going to reconcile.
I mean, not specifically, no. I wasn't going to argue with him.
If you got your injunction on that day, September 30th, how would you have moved together?
Speculative.
I'll sustain.
What was your plan if that injunction was
Speculative.
Granted.
Different question, overruled.
Objection. Speculative.
No, you can approach.
So if the injunction were granted on that day, what was your plan about moving to Maryland with Doug?
I don't know that I really had a plan. I wasn't even sure whether or not I was going to go through the injunction at that point.
There's something sweating.
Take care.
Okay, so I want to get to the night that all this happened. So you knew Doug was coming over.
Yes.
You invited him over
Yes.
to help you move stuff in the house.
Well, specifically stuff in the garage, but yes.
Stuff in the garage to the truck.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And he came to your house a couple of times. He came and then left and then came back again.
Yeah, I believe he came twice that day.
And there is a gate to your community.
Mm-hmm.
And when he's at the gate, you had to let him in.
Sometimes, because he was frequent in and out, sometimes the gate remembers license plates, and sometimes it opens and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes he would just follow people in. The gate kind of stays open for a while. Yeah, sorry.
But on this day, you weren't concerned about him coming over.
No, I knew he was coming.
Okay. And when he came over, your mother and Emerson went to the park.
I believe they were headed there. I'm not sure. I think they were down the driveway or on the sidewalk, something like that. They were on their way there.
You weren't so afraid that you wanted your mother to stay there and watch.
No, we were just packing to move.
Okay, so you weren't afraid.
I definitely didn't expect this to happen.
So it was okay with you that your mother left?
Yeah, at that time.
Okay. So if I heard you right during your direct, you said he bumped your shoulder twice. Body check, I don't know if that's what you called it. He walked into you with a box, right?
Yes.
And then at the end, you say he slapped you?
He hit me. I wouldn't know how to classify it. He struck me, he hit me.
Was his hand open or closed?
I don't remember.
Okay. And because of those things, you claim that you thought he was going to kill you.
He had never hit me before.
Okay. And you thought he was going to kill you.
He wouldn't let me leave. I tried to leave. He stopped me.
The question is, you thought he was going to kill you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you were in the bedroom, you decided to get your firearm. And it was where?
It was in a storage bin. On top of the laundry basket.
Okay. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 52. If you could turn around and look at that. Where was your firearm?
It was in the bin on top of the basket.
Here?
That's the basket. The laundry
Where was the
basket.
bin?
It's that right on top.
Okay, so it was in here.
Yes, ma'am.
Why would you have a firearm in there?
I had just emptied all the furniture and everything out of my room, and it was kind of like what was left from my drawers, and so it got put into a bin.
Okay. And that was not your only firearm in that room, correct?
Correct.
You had a firearm in the closet.
My carry gun was in my backpack, which is my purse at the time.
So in this room, with a mattress and a broom and a hamper, you had 2 firearms.
Yes.
So you go into the room and you grab your firearm. Is it in a holster?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you claim that Doug does what?
He came and slammed the door open. He was standing in the doorway. He said, "You're fucking done."
He said, "You're fucking done." And that made you fear for your life.
Yeah.
Can we turn the lights up, please? Thank you. So he says you're fucking done, and you point the gun and you shoot.
I held it out in front of me first so he could see it. And I said, "Stop."
Judge, if I could have her step down so she can demonstrate how to
You may.
If you could just come down. So Doug opens the door and does what?
Standing in the doorway. Kind of like this. He said, "You're fucking done." And I held the gun out in front of me and said, "Stop." He got into this like fighting pose where he like turned sideways. And he was like moving around with his like arms in his hands. And he started like inching forward towards me.
So he why do you call it a fighting stance?
He looks like a fighter. Like I don't know, like a ninja or something, I don't know.
Okay, so he's standing there, he turns to like this and starts moving his arms around.
Like that.
Well, show me, what was he doing?
Kind of like, I don't know, he got like this, and he was like making like fighting motions. I don't know, I'm not a fighter, I don't know.
Okay.
It was scary.
Did he have his hands in fists?
Not at that point, they were like, I don't know.
Was he coming at you like this?
When he lunged at me, he came very quickly.
Okay, so he lunged. Was his fist up when he lunged?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you start shooting, and he does what?
He kept coming at me.
Okay, so then you keep shooting again. And he falls down on his back?
His legs went up in the air.
Okay, where do his legs go?
In the air.
How high in the air?
I don't know.
Did they go over his head?
I don't know, it's like his feet slipped out.
Okay.
And his feet and his legs went up in the air.
And were you still shooting at the time?
I don't remember.
You can have a seat. So after this incident, you claim that you had swelling to your face, right?
It's going to take a minute. All right, there's the jury. Can you please close up your notes, put them on your chairs. I'm going to ask you to step out for a minute. You can use the facilities. It's not quite our mid-afternoon break, but we'll treat it as such. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't discuss it with anybody outside the jury. Don't do any research like we've talked about. All right, the jury's out. You can have a seat.
I'm sorry.
All right, we'll take 5 minutes.
Thank you. Turn over to counsel.
Yes. can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. Usual questions. Did anybody discuss the case or anything about the case amongst yourselves with anybody outside the jury or do any research? Everybody says no. You may resume your cross-examination.
Thank you. Can we dim the lights again, please? Thank you. So after this incident, you said you had swelling,
Yes, ma'am.
and that would be to the left side of your face?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be where? Show me where.
Like in this area.
Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 103. I'm going to put it up on the big screen. Can you tell me what this is?
It's a picture of me.
And when was it taken?
I have no idea.
Was this taken before you met Doug?
I believe so.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 104. And I'll move it up a little bit. When was this picture taken?
I believe in October of 2020.
Wasn't it taken on November 4th of 2020?
I believe that's correct. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
No further questions.
All right, man. You can retake your seat. Just leave that exhibit there. No, you're not. You can take your water. I meant the paper.
Okay.
There you go. Just, yeah, the clerk. Thank you. All right, defense, call your next witness.
I believe it's Mara Sweet, Your Honor. We're just checking to make sure that she's here.
Judge, I think we need to have a conversation.
Okay. So I'm gonna let you step in the back so we can have our legal conversations. I'll get you back out as soon as I can. Don't begin your deliberations. You're free to use your phones, but don't communicate about the case with anybody outside the jury. Don't do any research on those things.
Just before you start on that, can the clerk just confirm she got all those exhibits back? I just,
All right, you can all have a seat.
okay,
She
thank you.
She counts them on a regular basis.
Thank you. I just didn't want to have any over here.
Jack. I'm sorry, Ashley.
Okay, so we got a proponent, we've got an objection. Is the witness in here?
She's right outside.
Okay, good. I want to make sure she stepped out. Okay, so the defense has called a Miss Sweet, who apparently is a former prosecutor in the 12th Circuit.
Yes.
And she, if I understand correctly, she was assigned in the misdemeanor division, the domestic violence division, and the case, the alleged violation of domestic injunction regarding the T-set was assigned to her.
Correct.
And you expect her testimony to be that she intended to file the charge, she was waiting on some receipt.
Receipt of the package.
Like a mailing receipt?
Yes.
That would have shown what, the return?
That Stephanie Murphy gave to Detective Gillen.
And then you believe her testimony would be that she intended to file the charge, but then she was transferred out of that division.
She left the office.
She left the office, okay. Because that's one of the temporary assignments that they give to misdemeanor folks. So she left the office, and that's it?
Well, and her training, based on domestic violence training, she believed Ashley to be a victim of domestic abuse, and that Ashley exhibited all the symptoms of domestic abuse. In particular, remaining quiet as a result of intimidation, and going, for example, the state's case is predicated on Miss Benefield going along with Douglas Benefield. For example, on the first parent sharing exchange, and the week leading up to the shooting, they put in those 263 text messages and the video at the restaurant, all showing Miss Benefield and Mr. Benefield's company as apparently happy and not afraid. And abused, those are the classic symptoms exhibited by abused women. They are afraid to reject the abuser for fear of reprisal. And what happens is, after a while, they reach a state of compliance where physical threats are no longer necessary because they know what the potential is. So they become compliant. That's also what Bruce Ferris is going to enlighten the jury on. And I remind the court that this is the state's theory. They have put into play, they injected it, they raised it, initiated it, that because Miss Benefield didn't look scared in the company of Douglas Benefield, and that she was exchanging these text messages with him for the week leading up to the shooting with smiling faces and basically compliant behavior, that shows that her claim to fear of Douglas Benefield on the 27th is a fraud. And we now need to explain to the jurors why an abused woman would act like that and would, for example, not agree to be present at the first parent-sharing exchange. When a child is involved, it magnifies the situation so that the mom, if she's afraid of, in this case, Mr. Benefield, because of prior acts of domestic violence, she's even more afraid for her child. So the mother's going to make it a point to accompany the abuser in an effort to protect her child. That's what we are now obligated to show to properly defend this case. And we can do that through the training and expertise of Samara Sweet, as well as Bruce Ferris.
Judge, first of all, this witness was not listed as an expert, because if she had been listed as an expert, I would challenge the qualifications to be an expert. Just for your Honor's knowledge, we did not have a domestic violence unit at the time. I know our office has in the past. We did not have a domestic violence unit, so she was not in any domestic violence unit. Even if she were an expert, there is absolutely no way that she could testify that she felt that Ms. Benefield was exhibiting behaviors of an abused person. I think it's completely improper. And the issue of the decline of the injunction, or the fact that Ms. Sweet intended to file, is irrelevant. I can tell Your Honor, and for the court's knowledge, it's because when we got the receipt of when that package was sent, that receipt showed a date that was a problem for us. And that is why that case was declined. So the decision was made after Ms. Sweet left the office and we received the receipt. So the fact that she would be testifying, I believed her and I wanted to file it, is completely and totally irrelevant.
Yes, sir. Rebuttal?
Yeah, so the court may recall that Deputy Weber had issued a capias for the arrest of Douglas Benefield for the delivery of this package. Detective Gillum came into court and told us that he suspended Deputy Weber's request for a capias, and we have a communication from Deputy Gillum that we got by way of a public records request, where he acknowledges plain as day that it was a violation, that it was during the time that the South Carolina injunction was in effect. But he nonetheless refers it to the state attorney's office. This is the assistant state attorney that was working that case. She would testify, we'd like to put her up for a proffer, that she fully intended to file. She believed it was clearly a violation based on the fact that the court...
Well, I'm just saying, if you want to proffer, let's get her in and proffer, because then all these arguments would happen after the proffer.
Okay.
I mean, but I haven't made a ruling, so I'm just, you can make your argument, I can make a preliminary ruling, and then you can proffer.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Mr. Taylor, you didn't go outside. So, listen, how about I do this? The jury's out. It's about 3 o'clock. I'm thinking maybe give them a 20-minute, a longer afternoon break. When I do that in the afternoons, I will typically have a deputy escort them down to the jury assembly room where they can kind of spread out. the machines are there, the restrooms, but deputies are with them. Okay? All right, Deputy, can you excuse them until about 3:20? We'll get them back up as soon as we can. Thank you. Yeah, it's a profit. Down here, please face the clerk, raise your right hand and swear.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Walk around the bar, the ring, that's my chair. Cool, man. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. As the deputy said, just make yourself, go ahead and sit down, make yourself comfortable in this seat. Pull yourself up so you're about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. There you go, to adjust up, down, left, right, however you need it. Speak in a loud, clear voice, you'll hear everything. As you can see, I'll tell you, you're a former prosecutor, you're an attorney. Jury's not here. At this point, the defense is going to proffer your testimony.
Okay. Afternoon, Ms. Sweet. Will you tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Yes, Samara Sweet, S-W-E-E-T.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
What's your title and where are you employed?
I am the trial lead of counsel at Lydecker, which is a civil litigation firm.
All right, and you're a Florida Bar licensed attorney.
Yes, sir.
At one point, were you a staff attorney for the Manatee County State Attorney's Office?
Yes, I was.
How long did you serve in that capacity?
I was there from 2018 to 2022. It's about 4.5 years, I believe.
All right, and during that 4.5 year stint, was there any special assignment that you held?
I began with the misdemeanor division here in Manatee County. After 6 months, I moved to Arcadia, so I was in DeSoto County, where I started in misdemeanors and moved up into felonies, where I would have dealt with anything from possessions of controlled substances all the way up to child sex crimes and murders.
Specifically, did you have any training in domestic violence?
We did. Every attorney at the state attorney's office does go through CLE's trainings on how to deal with domestic violence victims, because especially when you're working in the misdemeanor portion, a lot of your crimes are batteries and a lot of them are domestic violence victims.
Can you give us an idea of how many cases you handled involving domestic violence?
Oh, I think at one point my caseload was 700 when I was in Arcadia, and at least a third of those were probably something domestic violence related.
Did you deal with not only abusers, but the abused?
Yes, most of the cases I had as a prosecutor, my victims were abused individuals.
Were the majority of your victims in domestic violence cases females?
I would say a large amount were females, yes.
Were you assigned, while in your capacity as an assistant state attorney for the 12th Judicial Circuit, were you assigned to a matter involving Ashley Benefield?
I was, yes.
How did that come to pass?
So when I was in Manatee, I had the caseloads with all defendants that had the last names with B, D, or I. So Ashley Benefield's case came to me, and she was the victim in the case that had been assigned to me for a violation of an injunction.
Do you recall specifically the nature of the violation?
It was a package that had been delivered to her allegedly from her ex-husband.
All right, and the domestic violence injunction that was violated, do you recall from where it had been issued?
It was from out of state. I believe it was South Carolina.
And did you meet with Miss Benefield?
I did.
Do you remember on how many occasions?
I believe it was twice, because when the case first came, there's elements to a violation of injunction that have to be met. We had not yet had all the information, so I did meet with Miss Benefield, got some more information, and then had to follow up on the investigation. I had to meet with her again after that.
did there come a point in time when you made a filing decision?
I did not. I have left the office before a filing decision was made. I had been moved to Arcadia at that point.
I should have articulated that question better. Had you, as part of your investigation, individually reached a conclusion as to whether or not you felt it justified going forward and charging?
I did. I think I was still waiting on some information to prove if the package had actually been sent by Mr. Benefield. And that was the last information that I had left to my predecessor before I left. But I did think that if that information was given, there was enough to file.
And would it help refresh your recollection if I suggested that you were waiting on a copy of the receipt for the package?
Yes, I was waiting on to see who had sent that, and I know I had been in contact with the officers involved.
Do you recall whether or not you were dealing with Detective Gillum?
That I'm very bad with names, so I do not want to say yes or no, sir, if it was Detective Gillum or not. That does sound familiar, but I might have worked with him on other cases as well.
All right. How was Ashley Benefield when you first met her? Can you describe her demeanor?
Yes, she was very upset. She seemed scared, worried. She had come to my office and she was crying when she was sitting in my office with me. I did think that she was worried about the package that had been received.
Now, was it your practice generally to always meet with the victims in the cases that you were prosecuting?
Yes, it's office policy.
Had you formed an opinion about the genuineness of the fear that Ms. Benefield expressed?
I did believe that she was in fear and worried about that.
And from the investigation that you conducted, did it vindicate, other than the actual label for the package, the factual representations that Ms. Benefield had made to you? Want me to restate that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, that didn't come out too good. Did your investigation corroborate the facts that Ms. Benefield related to you?
It did, yes. There had been a package received. The package, I know she believed had some weird smell coming from it, and my recollection was that had been investigated, but the package had been delivered to her. I think she said it was close to her birthday, around that date. I can't remember exactly, but it did. The facts that I had investigated did lead up. South Carolina, when I reached out to them, had said they had given an injunction for her.
All right, and do you recall contacting the toxicologist with respect to the contents of that package?
I did. She had brought me a toxicology report on that meeting, and I did call the doctor. Now, in all candor, I can't confirm if that's exactly the doctor, but I did speak to someone on the phone who said that Ashley did have weird things in her blood system at the time that did not correlate to someone's normal toxicology. But she couldn't say from where that had come from, but that there were abnormalities in that report.
And you say you have considerable experience with women who have been victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
Is there a certain pattern in your training and experience that you see in these women?
Yes. So a lot of times we'll have a lot of these meetings involve an abuser. We have the abuser who has abused someone. By the time they're coming to us, a lot of time has passed. So we always want to explain to them that normally we see a cycle. You have an abuser, he does something wrong. Then it's, I'm sorry, I'm very, very nice. They come back, and then we end up again in this situation with more abuse.
Kind of like a hamster wheel.
Yes.
Did you form an opinion as to whether or not in your discussions with Ms. Benefield that she fit the profile of an abused woman?
I did. When we discussed, she did seem that she had been isolated at that time. She was very scared. The way she had spoken to me did give rise. She had mentioned some minor physical issues that had been occurring. But abuse doesn't always have to be physical. Sometimes it's psychological, mental, emotional. And she was in my office when she was sitting, she did seem to be presenting like that.
Is it a pattern and practice of abusers to employ psychological intimidation?
I mean, normally a lot of the times in the reports I would have, we would have something of threats or some sort of information leading up, text messages, Facebook messages, things of that sort.
And let me ask you this. Are these abused women, despite their fear, often in the company of the abuser?
A lot of times I've seen them return back to their abusers, yes.
And have you experienced abused women when in the company of the abuser acting as if everything is fine?
I wouldn't be able to say I've seen them with their abusers, but a lot of times if we were in court trying to present, I would see them come in to defend the defendant that we had or to withdraw claims and that kind of thing.
I guess the point of my questioning is merely because the woman appears content, is that an indication that she's happy in the company of the abuser?
No.
Why is that?
Just, I mean, I have more facts by the time I've seen the investigations, I've seen interviews, things of that sort in our caseload. They might be presenting, telling the judge something, but clearly we've seen, photos of abuse. They've sat and given us recollections of abuse, that kind of thing.
You left the office before you were able to actually conclude and file a charging document.
That's correct.
And as you sit here today, do you know what the disposition was?
I believe it was decided to not move forward, so it was dismissed.
That's all, Your Honor.
Close.
When you were in the misdemeanor division in Manatee, I think you said 6 months.
Yes.
So what was the time frame then?
I know I had started, I want to say April of 2018. So it would have been 6 months from there because I think I got out to Arcadia around October, November-ish.
Okay. And was the misdemeanor job in Manatee your first job out of law school?
No.
No. Okay. Did you work, where did you work before that?
Before I worked with Eric Reisinger, I actually did criminal defense.
Okay. All right. So when you talked about the domestic violence training, were you referring to the domestic violence training at the state attorney's office?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the normal domestic violence that everyone is sent to, the class?
Yes.
Okay. And how long is that class?
I think it's 4 days.
Okay. And is there any other domestic training?
I know the office does some pretty good domestic training. They'll do PowerPoints, luncheons, things of that sort. I think there's some, I don't know if they still do it because now I'm aging myself, some field trips to like the TILA and some of those organizations that work with abused women.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
No, I think that's got it.
All right, ma'am, could you step back out to the hallway, please?
Yes, sir.
All right. She's out. Proponent, you can start with your, there you go. She's waiting in the ante room. Now we got her in the hallway. Proponent of the evidence, argument.
Yes. So, Your Honor may remember that Detective Gillum made the allegations 2.5 years later, despite the fact that there was no earlier report documenting what he alleged 2.5 years later in any of his 2 or 3 prior supplements, that Miss Benefield acted completely inappropriately, that he did not believe that the South Carolina domestic violence injunction was in effect because even though the hearing was on November 3rd, the judge hadn't signed the order till the end of the month. And therefore, he countermanded Deputy Weber's request for a capias. This witness impeaches the statement by Detective Gillum because she was the assistant assigned to the case at the time, and she had made a decision that in fact she was going to file, but for the fact that she left the office beforehand. She had conducted the investigation, completed it. All she was waiting on was the label of the package, which, interestingly enough, the court may recall, Detective Gillum recovered from Stephanie Murphy. But it apparently didn't make its way to Samara's suite until after she left the office.
All right. And the objecting party?
Judge, I would object. I don't think she can testify as to anything she just testified to. I think most of it is opinion, and she is not an expert. And even if she was an expert, she wasn't listed as an expert. So she cannot give opinions. And any opinion about whether someone, as a prosecutor, whether someone violated the law or not is inappropriate testimony for court. A lot goes into filing decisions. The prosecutor has discretion the same way police officers have discretion. To add any significance to that, I think would be completely improper. And so I would object to anything to do with her decision-making with the state attorney's office. And also, as I said, I think there was some information that was gained after she left that played into that decision. But additionally, I think she would not qualify as an expert of domestic violence, and I think even if she could, a lot of those things would be inadmissible anyway, what she would say.
All right. Mr. Taylor, do you have any final thoughts you wanted to put on the record? Any final thoughts? Rebuttal?
That's good.
All right, thank you. So one of the very interesting things about this case as we have gone along is there's been some very interesting, and I think I said the other day, unique legal arguments that have been made. Certainly, I would like to think it's in honor of the Olympics starting tonight that you guys have put me through my mental gymnastics for the last couple of months. You know, another judge that's here in Manatee County, I hear him say this a lot, and I think it rings true. There are some very difficult decisions that we make as judges, emotionally difficult, legally difficult, factually difficult. This is not one of them. This is a very, very clear and easy decision. I'm going to put the part about Ms. Sweet offering any sorts of opinion as an expert kind of to the side because I resolved this matter well before I consider that she wasn't listed as an expert and the Richardson aspects of that. And what I want to focus on is the purpose of allowing these other incidents of violence or threats is, as we all know, it's one of the carve-outs of obviously case law provides an exception in stand your ground in self-defense cases for battered spouse syndrome. Normally, any peculiarities for a particular defendant, PTSD, low IQ, mental health, are the ones that come to mind quickly, are not relevant and not admissible in a self-defense case because it's a reasonable person standard. So battered spouse syndrome is the carve-out. And the idea by once the defendant has laid the predicate of the overt act, allowing either reputation, and if it's reputation in a relevant community, we've all agreed, well, should agree, the case law says that the defendant doesn't have to know about that. It's just reputation evidence. On the flip side, whenever you want to get into specific acts of violence threats, intimidation, and I know our net that we've casted here is beyond just prior acts of violence. There's also been issues of threats and intimidation. It's come in, it's in. The case law talks specifically about why that evidence is allowed and why all of that is not hearsay, because it's not offered for the truth. It's offered to show the jury what did the defendant know at the time that the self-defense was used. And unlike the mental ailments I mentioned earlier or other peculiarities of the particular defendant, this is just to show why the defendant would have stayed, and even if there wasn't an imminent violence at the moment, why that person would feel terrified, and all the other bad spouse. I won't go into the whole thing. So the issue is not, did this assistant state attorney believe the defendant? Did this police officer take a report and submit a capias, or not issue a capias and send it to the state as a non-arrest? Did this ASA file it or not file it? Did this ASA believe that the defendant was the victim of domestic violence or not? All of those things are completely irrelevant, not to mention prohibited from the witness commenting on ultimate facts or invading the province of the jury. The issue is not the truth or falsity of the violation of injunction or the shooting into the ceiling or any of those issues. That's not the issue. The issue is, was the defendant aware of these prior acts? Example being that the evidence came in regarding domestic violence by Mr. Benefield against his first wife. The way the defendant learned about that was some sort of text message by or between Mr. Benefield and the former Mrs. Benefield. Clearly hearsay. But why does it come in? Because she was aware of it, and it shows some violent tendencies, so she can testify about it, she can talk about it, the jury hears about it to help understand what she knew, and this is in the jury instructions as the attorneys know, what she knew at the moment that this incident was happening. So Ms. Sweet's testimony about whether she believed the defendant or not, whether she was going to file or not, the conversation, whether she thought that the defendant was genuine and legitimately a victim, the testimony that she had some report and she called someone and there were some sort of abnormalities, unspecified abnormalities in some lab test, that she, characteristics of domestic violence victims and so forth, is just of no moment. So it's irrelevant. It's commenting on the testimony of and the credibility and veracity of other witnesses. It's commenting on ultimate facts. If you want to talk about the expert portion of it, as the defense said, this is all the same things that Ferris is going to testify to. So in essence, I haven't heard his testimony, but what I understood was everything, I believe it was something along the lines of what she's going to testify to is the same as what Mr. Ferris is, and I only say Mr. because I don't know his professional designation. So Mr. Ferris is going to testify to. Finally, on the issue of 403, Ms. Sweet's testimony, the probative value of that is substantially outweighed by the danger of confusion of the issues and misleading of the jury, because it does not matter whether that particular person believes it was a violation of injunction or not. The point is, the testimony is out. It's been demonstrated that the defendant knew about that. She's alleged it was a violation of injunction. There's a dispute. That'll be a factual issue for the jury to determine. But she's alleged it was a violation, which she took as intimidating. and the smell that caused her headache was some sort of physical ailment that would have been caused by the present that was provided. I understand that's her position. State may have a different argument on all that. But this is not even a difficult question. Ms. Sweet is not admissible as a witness. I am glad you proffered, though, because now it's all on there. But no, she's not going to be allowed to testify to what I heard today. Do you have another witness we can call?
Yes.
All right.
Ferris.
We have an objection to him as well, Judge. We filed.
Oh, now, Mr. Ferris is the expert.
Yes.
And the state wanted to have a...
Judge, I'm sorry. We do have a lay witness that we want to get on. Amy Carlton, she's going to be quick. We need to get her back to work.
Oh, hold on, Amy Carlton. And then, I assume, I know that's bad, that Mr. Ferris, tell me, does he have a professional designation? Is he a doctor or?
He's a licensed mental health counselor.
So he's Mr. Ferris.
Former deputy sheriff. His practice and his law enforcement experience has been combined exclusively to domestic violence. He teaches batteries.
I just want to know if he was had he a professional designation that I should use. All right, so Mr. Ferris, looking at the time, I would think that after we finish with Ms. Carlton, the Daubert hearing is very likely going to take us to the end of the day. So I expect that we would probably start with Mr. Ferris on Monday. Mr. Taylor?
Well, Your Honor, actually, we have some case law that I was hoping would obviate the necessity for a Daubert hearing.
All right, well, do you want to handle Ms. Carlton first?
Please.
All right.
Ms. O'Donnell just needed to go to the ladies' room, so.
Oh. All right.
If you want to bring them back in, that's fine. If you
Well,
want.
yeah, we can start working them back up.
Yeah.
I think that'll be good. So let me give you guys 5 minutes. If you need to step out, Mr. Taylor, Ms. Benefield, if you need to step out and use the facilities, that'll be fine as well. We're going to start working on getting the jury up. It usually takes about 5-10 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Judge.
Okay, bring him in. Oh, does anybody need the screen?
No. Oh, and can we get the site for the case? Mr. Taylor, can we get the site for the case that you sent that dog?
I can do better than that. I can do
Perfect, thank you.
You can't, I think I know exactly which one you're bringing me. Bring me though. All right, y'all can have a seat. I see the jackets and the sweaters have gone on. Yeah, you would think in the afternoon it would get warmer, but I told you, even with the southern exposure, somehow it just gets cooler and cooler and cooler. So, all right, while you were out, did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves, talk about anything about the case, talk about anybody outside of the jury about the case, or do any research on people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about? All right, everybody says no. Mr. Taylor, call your next witness.
Amy Call.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Hello, ma'am. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over the case. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, or right if you need it. And just speak in a loud, clear voice and we'll hear everything. Can I just move you just a little bit forward?
Okay.
That's perfect. Thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Taylor.
Good afternoon. Would you tell
Good
us your
afternoon.
full name and state your last name, please? Spell your last name.
Spell my last name? Carlton.
And your first name?
Okay.
Just tell
I'm
us.
sorry.
What is your first name?
Amy with a Y.
Okay, Amy. Or Miss Carlton. Are you presently employed?
I'm presently employed, yes.
Yeah, where?
Where?
Where? For who?
I'm at one of the hotels in the area.
Okay. And what capacity do you serve in at the hotel?
I'm one of the managers.
How long you been doing that?
What was that?
How long you been doing that?
I've been with the ownership for 4 years now, going on 5.
Are you married?
Yes.
What's your husband's name?
Herbert.
Miss Carlton, were you and your husband Herbert living in Bradenton, Manatee County on September 30th, 2020?
Yes.
September 27th, 2020.
Yes, we were.
Do you recall that afternoon if you were outside with your husband?
Yes, we were.
Do you recall the address you lived at back then?
It was on Newport News Street or Drive. We've been renting, so to be honest with you, I don't recall the exact street, the number of the street, but it was Newport News.
Do you recall, Miss Carlton, whether or not, what was the reason why you and your husband were out that afternoon?
I have a mini golden doodle, and we were taking a walk.
Did anything unusual occur while you were out with your husband and the dog?
The reason I'm here, you know it. I mean,
Would you share it with us? What happened?
we were taking a walk, and Newport News is a couple streets over from the incident area. And it was probably 3 houses down where we were. And at the time, my dog was probably just over 1. So I don't know. I'm a big dog lover, and she's my life outside of work with my husband. He and I both heard what I don't know. I didn't know what it to be, and he kind of grabbed my arm, and I kind of got startled because it did sound like gunshots. I don't know, you know, at the time we didn't know what it was, and but we heard one right after the other, and me, because of where I work, I'm trained like the attack or panic mode. I am thinking of myself. Sorry to be selfish, and my dog and my husband. And he's looking ahead too. And I just remember being a little bit terrified myself and thinking of myself, my family. And so I remember looking up and telling him, well, let's go, let's turn around, let's go back behind the house, because at the time we weren't sure what it was. And also being trained, you don't know what is to come next. First of all, you don't know what it is. So as I'm telling my husband, I told him, call 911. As I'm telling him that, I'm sorry, I'm backing back behind the house because you don't know what's coming next.
All right, let me ask you a couple of specific questions if I can.
Yes.
You say you heard some gunshots.
It sounded like gunshots.
All right. Now, after you heard the gunshots, did you observe anybody exit a house?
Quickly, as we were trying to make sure of our safety, we saw someone leave the house, a lady leave the house. It was, I mean, I don't know exactly, like timing wise, because it's like I said, my mind was going through a lot of things.
Let me just keep you on the questions, okay? I'll help you. I'll lead you through it. You hear the gunshots. The next thing you see is what?
A lady came from the house and
describe.
I remember screaming, and that's just the vivid recollection and memory that I have. Just the screaming, and came from the house running to the neighbor's house. I don't remember too much other than the screaming and pounding on the neighbor's front door.
Is it a safe bet for us to say that this lady that you saw exit the house screaming was hysterical?
Yes, yes.
I want you to tell us, Miss Carlton, after the gunshots, approximately how long it took for that woman to come running out of the house.
Oh. So I'm not sure I recall. It was within seconds, though. It was, I don't know. It just. I mean, I didn't even have time, like I said, to pursue any hiding places. It was so quickly.
Do you remember speaking to the police about the incident?
We had an interview. Yeah, it was probably 30 seconds, a minute. I don't know, 30 seconds.
Okay. So you hear the shots, and within 30 seconds, a screaming, hysterical woman comes running out of the house and goes to the neighbor's house.
Yes.
Did you hear banging on the door at the neighbor's house?
I don't recall if I remember stating that or not, but I remember the hysteria of the screaming.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Can the witness be released?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Carlton.
Thank you.
Ma'am, you've been released from your subpoena, so you're free to go. Thank you. All right, go ahead and approach. members of the jury. So the attorneys and I need to talk about what's going to happen next week. We got to do some legal matters that are outside the province of the jury. So at this point, I'm going to let you go for the weekend. It's about 10 till 4, so you're free to go at this point. Remember the rules for the weekend. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't talk about it with anybody else outside of the jury. And certainly don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about. And that includes being very mindful of watching out for any media that may be on anywhere you go and wherever you might be to avoid all of that. Okay? Listen, do you still have your parking passes?
Yes.
Everybody's got that. If you've lost your sticker, is there somebody downstairs in the jury room? Okay. Oh, you got a bunch of them?
Yes. He got us a bunch.
It's like pads and everything. We got them everywhere. Okay, great. So make sure you keep that parking pass. If something happens and you lose it, you're going to have to come in Monday, see the jury coordinator to get another one, and then go park, because they will give you a ticket or tow you, one or the other. All right. So thank you very much. It's been a great week. Yes, ma'am.
What time do you want us here Monday?
I always forget that part. We're going to start at 9 o'clock on Monday. So if you can be downstairs, 8:30, 8:45 is just fine. Listen, I will say this, though. Remember on this past Monday how there was a whole bunch of people? That's how it's going to be this coming Monday, because we're going to be picking another round. Other judges are going to be picking other rounds of juries. So you don't have to necessarily stick together, but you're probably going to want to be off a little bit. Unless you want to tell the other folks there how great jury duty is. That way we'll try and get out of it. All right. Great question. I'm sorry I forgot about that. Thank you very much. You are free to go for the weekend.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, you all can have a seat. I will tell you, I don't think I need to hear a whole lot more about Mr. Ferris. I think we've talked about it quite a bit. I'm ready for the hearing. I will say this: it is a hearing, so if you want to make an opening, don't feel like you can't. You're absolutely free to make an opening if you want, Mr. Taylor. So please don't let me dissuade you. If you want to make an opening, make an opening.
Not necessary.
State?
No, Judge.
Thank you.
I think we've talked about it.
Mr. Ferris?
Face the clerk, raise your right hand this morning.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Hello, sir. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over the case. We're going to have a Daubert hearing. I'm sure you're familiar with that.
Yes, sir.
So just put yourself about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. Make yourself comfortable in that chair.
Okay.
And we'll get started with the hearing.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tell us your full name, please, and spell your last name.
Bruce Eric Ferris. The last name's Ferris.
Mr. Ferris, what type of work do you do?
I'm a licensed mental health counselor. I do individual therapy, and also I do consulting on domestic violence and expert witness testimony.
Let's discuss your education. Would you inform us, please?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Civil Engineering. I also graduated the local police academy in Gainesville, Florida, and I have a master's degree in mental health counseling.
Do you have any specialized education or training in a specific field?
I do. If you look at my curriculum vitae, I think there's over 100 items listed where either classes or seminars or teachings and certificate training that I've attended.
And included in that, would domestic violence be a major part of it?
That was the definitely predominant theme of whether it be a specific class or a conference, et cetera, on domestic violence and intimate partner violence. And if you'd like, I can explain the difference.
Please.
Domestic violence has to do with what we might think of people who have a child in common or family members. And doesn't necessarily mean an intimate relationship. It could be two relatives living in the house together. Intimate partner means there's an intimate relationship, a spouse, a boyfriend, girlfriend, so there's a little difference there.
Try to make sure your voice in the microphone because it tails off.
Thank you.
Mr. Ferris, have you taught any courses or presentations in a specialized field?
I have.
Please enlighten us.
If you look at my CV, I've given, I think, over 40-some presentations and teachings. For 8 years, I taught a batterers intervention program class to offenders, uniquely that. And for anyone that doesn't know, batterers intervention program is for offenders. It's usually court-ordered, part of probation or part of a sentence or part of an injunction or a restraining order. It's a 6-month psychoeducational class. I've been training for that and teach that. I also I used to teach Gardner Lightham volunteers about domestic violence and effects on children. I've taught the 8th Circuit staff at the state attorney's office about domestic violence and impact to women and children and batterers intervention, how to interview people. From 2008 to 2020, I taught at the University of Florida Law Clinic on intimate partner violence to law students about the same type of subject, domestic violence and intimate partner violence and effects, and also enforcement of the law. I also trained police officers about domestic violence enforcement. Currently, since 2009, I've been teaching officers how to de-escalate confrontations as part of the crisis intervention training team. I teach the de-escalation part of that. There's a lot more I could talk about, but that's the nature, and you could see in my CV.
All right, let's talk about your work experience.
Okay, so I have an affiliation with Village Counseling Center, doing therapy, DCF cases, and domestic violence related cases. I used to also work with Creative Counseling in Gainesville, doing teaching batterers intervention program classes and doing individual therapy. I also have my own practice now, and I do individual counseling. Recently, I just looked up, since 2014, I've treated almost 1,000 individual clients or patients as an individual therapist. Work experience we're still talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay, of course I mentioned the doing consulting for attorneys on domestic violence and being an expert witness. You're gonna want to know my current work or my past work?
Well, let's stay in the past. How about any experience with the Gainesville, Florida Police Department?
Yes. I went through the police academy in 1993. I was sworn in 1994. I retired from there in 2013. The last 10 years of my career there, I was the lead detective in the domestic violence unit, part of the Investigations Bureau, uniquely just just looking at the domestic violence cases, enforcing the law, training officers, doing some public outreach, and being on various task forces.
Can you give us an idea over the course of that time, approximately how many cases you would have handled?
Yeah, I was a lead detective on close to at least 500 cases I looked up were resulting in arrest or charges being filed.
And what kind of professional credentials do you hold?
I'm a licensed mental health counselor in the state of Florida. I have certification to teach batterers intervention program classes through the state. I also received certificates to do threat assessments, domestic violence threat assessments through Jackie Campbell at Johns Hopkins University. Also trained in doing counseling and work with adoptions through Rutgers University.
Have you been the recipient of various awards and recognitions?
Yes, I have. I was chosen by the Alachua Board of Commissioners to be recommended to Governor DeSantis to be on the Alachua County Child Fund, tax fund, I guess they call it, trust fund, excuse me. I've also received various awards as the for my domestic violence work through the local shelter. I received a statewide award from Attorney General Pam Bondi and Governor Scott at the time for my work. In 2010, I was awarded and recognized for my work with victims of crimes in the state. There's several other ones. Without looking at my CV, I don't recall them all.
Sure.
I received some recognition of contributions for the work I did with that CIT team. The University of Florida also gave me recognition for training that I'd done with their officers. I was Big Brother of the Year, and for my work with my little brother for about 10 years, I worked with a little kid as my friend. And I was also the Law Enforcement Officer of the Year, as granted by the Domestic Violence Abuse Network in Gainesville.
Are you a member, Mr. Ferris, of any specialty boards, committees, or professional organizations?
Sure. Again, relying a little bit on my CV because of the nature of the question.
That's fine.
So in 2022 to 2024, I was a member of the Rape Crisis Center Advisory Council. I was a member of the American Mental Health Counselors Association, a retired member of the Fraternal Order of Police. I was a member of the 8th Judicial Circuit, Florida Family Law Advisory Group, member of the Gainesville Domestic Violence Task Force. I was a member of the 8th Judicial Circuit of Florida Domestic Violence Fatality Review Team. I was a board member of the Gainesville Commission on the Status of Women, a member of the Alachua County High Risk Domestic Violence Team. I got some recognition for my work as a volunteer with University of Florida College of Medicine. I was doing mobile outreach part-time as a volunteer. I was a member of the University of Florida Male Leadership Committee, again, dealing with domestic violence. I was also on the planning committee for the sexual battery conference in Gainesville for many years. I was a member of the Gainesville Mental Health Consortium, the United Way Community-Wide Strategic Planning Safety Committee. I was part of the working group for leader for domestic violence coordinated community response for local law enforcement and best practices procedure. And I was a member of the statewide domestic violence needs assessment group organized by the Office of State Courts Administrator, Office of Court Improvements.
Have you been recognized as an expert by courts in the state of Florida? An expert in domestic violence?
Yes. Just as a footnote, I've been recognized as an expert in domestic violence, in batterers intervention program class, effects of domestic violence on children, and generalized mental health work. I've been involved with about 60 cases, consulting or testifying Not all of those did I testify. I did testify in over 50 of those cases.
Both civil and criminal?
Yes, both civil and criminal. Majority were in civil. The types of working both for the defense and the prosecutor, the state attorney's office, but the majority were civil.
All right. Would you be kind enough to educate us a little bit? What is domestic violence?
Okay, domestic violence. Excuse me. Domestic violence, according to Florida state criminal law, is acts of like battery and assault, ag battery, ag assault, false imprisonment, sexual battery, all these different person crimes from one family or household member to another family or household member. So that now the definition is what's a family or household member, and that's people that are married, living together, maybe had a child together, but have never lived together. People living together as a family in a house. It doesn't include, let's say, cousins that never lived together. So it's unique in that way.
And is there another definition of domestic violence?
Yes, and in my practice and in my training, this is a pretty accepted concept that domestic violence is actually a pattern of power and control. And the key word here is pattern. That's repetitive. And the criminal definitions, the physical things, those are used by perpetrators or abusers to control their victims. But along with that also is used control tactics. We often think about emotional abuse or those sorts of things, and they're defined in the Duluth Power and Control Wheel.
Would you explain to us what the Duluth Power and Control Wheel is?
Okay. So the Duluth Power and Control Wheel was developed up in Duluth, Minnesota by a group of researchers who deal with domestic violence. And what they did is they looked specifically at domestic violence cases that have been criminal cases, that victims who came through shelters, DV shelters, and they were looking for what were the tendencies or the tactics used by abusers against their victims, and they developed this power and control wheel. It's used around the country. It's the Duluth Power and Control Wheel is the basis for the Batterers Intervention Program class I mentioned. DCF, Department of Children and Families, has accepted that as a reality, a fact, and they that was the criteria or the curriculum for the BIP class used statewide and actually used around the country and internationally. So there's these 8 inner items, and on the outside of the depiction, I don't know if...
All right, yeah, let's see if, Judge, with the court's permission, we put the screen down.
Yeah, probably a little bit so we can see. That's perfect. Yeah, thank you. Judge, may I ask you a question?
Could I stand over here?
Sure.
And rather than try to do it for you.
Reposition as you need. It's just us.
Okay, thank you. It's just a little easier to see this way for me.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, you know what though? The only thing is you can't be so far that the court reporter can't hear you, and she's listening to these microphones.
Okay.
So why don't you turn that?
Okay.
And then if you just position so you're facing there.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Okay, there
Can
we
you
go.
hear me now?
Yes.
How does this work? So change it on there. So first. Okay. Okay. So you can see that.
Yeah, I was going to say, let
Yeah,
get
sure.
you close.
Thank you, Judge. Thanks for reminding me. So this is the Duluth, as I said, if you look here, Domestic Abuse Intervention Project. And this was established some, I don't know, maybe 30 some years ago, 30, 40 years ago. And this is the standard used around the country and used for the Batter's Intervention Program class and a lot of counseling I do, and this is part of the counseling along with cognitive behavioral therapy. It's one of the therapies I've been trained in graduate school and my work. So on the outside here of domestic violence is physical violence and sexual violence, and that's covered in the state statutes, the criminal law statutes. Then there's these 8 items that are part of the power control. And remember, I said it's a pattern of power and control. So that means it's repetitive, a way to get your, it's a way for the abuser to get their victim to comply, to get into a compliance mode. I'll talk about that in a moment. So the first item is using intimidation, making her afraid by using looks, actions, gestures, smashing things, destroying her property, abusing pets, and displaying weapons. Those are I run into this all the time in terms of using intimidation. Using emotional abuse, putting her down, making her feel bad about herself, calling her names, making her think she's crazy. It's very common. Playing mind games, humiliating her, making her feel guilty, using isolation, controlling what she does, where she goes, who she sees, oftentimes spying on their victims, checking their phones, tracking them, etc. Minimizing, denying, and blaming. I find this in almost all the cases I work. They make light of the abuse, say it didn't happen. They shift responsibility. It didn't happen, it wasn't that bad. It was your fault. So minimizing, denying, blaming. Using children, sometimes put their victim, the mom, in fear of what he'll do to the child or that he'll report her, etc., that she might lose the child. Male privilege, this has to do with the role that he makes the decisions in the family or in the relationship and gives her a specific role. Economic abuse, and this would maybe be preventing her from having a job or money, or she should have an allowance, etc. And then the last item is using coercion and threats, making, or I'm just having problems reading the fuzz here a little bit, making and carrying out threats against her, threatening her, using coercion and threats. So I'm going to sit here, that can stay up, and I'm going to make a few comments about it. So the main issue here that, as we understand the power and control wheel, is these are techniques that the abuser uses to control their victim. And like we say, it's a pattern. So that means it's repetitive. And so what's the purpose of that? It's to get them to comply. And so the victim ends up trying to avoid the perceived danger that they'll experience if the abuser perceives that they're opposing them. That's particularly true for mothers that are, not only are they trying to protect themselves, but they're protecting their children. And I found that there's victims of domestic violence tend to get into what I call equilibrium sort of stasis experience. In other words, they avoid the perceived threat, so they, the proverbial, the old phrase of walking on eggshells, so they end up being in this compliance, kind of like they don't want to poke the bear, so to speak. So they find this narrow way of coping by going along with the perpetrator and don't want to make him angry at them, because that's when the violence occurs, or the threats, or the emotional, the hardship. And that's exactly what the perpetrator, the abuser, wants to happen. He wants to keep her in line, so usually to manipulate, to get her to do what he wants to do, that they feel a sense of ownership, and they use these techniques to control. They also the victim wants to appear to be going along. They don't want to anger him. They'll actively hide that abuse from family and society, because if it gets out, he's going to be mad. I could speak certainly a lot more about that.
Are there, Mr. Ferris, common characteristics that abusers share?
Yes, they could be anyone from any socioeconomic group. I've been involved as a therapist and as a detective enforcing the law with all types of society and sexual orientation, from wealthy, well-known NASA scientists, doctors as a perpetrator, to the homeless person, and everyone in between. And in Gainesville, where I worked, we have a great population from all around the world there. And I didn't find a difference other than sometimes attitude, but every socioeconomic group, it's very, and also they tend to be males, but females also. Just yesterday, I took on a new client, spoke to him. His wife's in jail. He has 4 children with her, and he's a victim. So, he's a victim. So there's female abusers and male abusers. Males are predominant. I know when I was working, I ran some statistics on cases, and I found it was about over 2/3 of my cases were males, and less than 1/3 were females. And some of those, and that kind of reflected also when people would, kind of want to debate that issue about men or women. One thing that always struck me is when you look at fatalities, the statistics are about the same. There's usually the murderers are mostly men, by about 2/3 over the women. So the actual victimization cases and then the actual fatality cases, kind of the statistics I found ran together.
And what do they have in common?
Usually that they want to control their partners. There's kind of an ownership attitude. They use the power and control techniques I described to do that. I also find that they're in common, they're missing true empathy. I've kind of nicknamed it to myself as they're missing an empathy gene. And empathy has to do with the ability to feel someone else's feelings. And I find many of the perpetrators that I've counseled and also worked with in the BIP class, and certainly in my police career, they tend to be very selfish, a lot of narcissistic sort of ideas. I kind of image it as many of them, not 100%, but a majority. It's kind of like their point of view is, I'm here and everyone and everything around me relates to me. I'm the center of the universe, as opposed to a healthy relationship. there's an equality. I'm being thoughtful and considerate of my wife as she is for me, and there's some balance. They don't necessarily adhere to that. They disguise how they treat their victims. Usually they don't want to let other people know about that, much like the isolation element. They want to keep it. And there's reasons for that. And some of it has to do, they don't want to go to jail if it gets out. And then they don't want, I found this a lot, that perpetrators don't want their victims to get the idea that they're not a good deal, that there's something they're doing that's wrong, so they isolate them from society as such. They'll put on a real front. I have numerous cases like this, how they disguise, how they treat their victims. There can be, the victims, the perpetrators, can oftentimes be very appealing, and they're very good at convincing people of things. I found a certain finesse amongst those thousands of BIP clients I had, that there were some very good talkers. I'll just leave it like that. But emotional and physical abuse is certainly what we think of. I've certainly worked a lot of cases where there was broken bones and bruises, etc., and emotional abuse and isolation and coercion threats, etc. But many of the cases I see, there isn't acute violence. It's emotional abuse. It's these techniques. The question is, can the abuser convince the victim that they're and put them in fear so they adhere to what they say? If they can create the fear, like this one lady told me, she was in fear of him so much, they would be in a public place and they're separated and they're across the room. And if he saw her talking to a male, he looked at her and she knew right away, end the conversation, move on. There was a fear, and there was no violence in that relationship, but she was scared of him. Also, as we know, as Judge knows, and Mr. Taller and the ASA knows, battery. In the state of Florida, there's assault and there's battery. Battery is the unwanted touching, that's the hitting, the punching, etc. But assault is also a crime. That's being in proximity to someone, showing a threat. I'm bowing up, I have my fists up, and the victim has a perception that the violence is going to occur. That's a crime, though there's no marks, there's no scar, there's no hitting, but there's fear. And so sometimes there's assaults that are taking place that aren't reported. And if on top of that, if they can create that fear to go along, that's a common technique that I see happening. It's all about keeping control, their victim, and one real common thing that I've seen is obsessive jealousy. And when I worked with batterers, I was surprised, and I came to learn very quickly that they oftentimes equate jealousy with love. And we all know jealousy can be very detrimental to the object of the jealousy, and also to the person having the jealousy, being obsessed and worried, etc. Love, we all know, is something else, completely different, very kind, considerate, and very empathetic, very different, but they didn't understand that dynamic.
Let me ask you, Mr. Ferris, do they exhibit, with respect to these characteristics in common, what is their behavior relative to animals, pets in particular? Domestic pets.
Yeah, I understand.
Cats. So
cats, dogs, etc. So there's above average abuse of pets by domestic violence abusers. So I have two explanations for that. One is what I talked about, their missing empathy, that they don't feel for a dog or a cat like I might feel. I'm very empathetic. I am in love with Rosie, my poodle. So is my wife, so that means a lot to me. But to an abuser who doesn't have empathy, it's not a big deal for them. They see it as an object. That's one thing. The more important item, especially in terms of power and control, has to do with that it gets back to the controlling of their victim. If that victim is attached to that pet and I abuse that pet, now I'm putting you in fear for what I'm doing because I'm hurting your animal. So I'll attack that pet as a way to control you. You better not, oppose me again, or you better not leave, or you better not go out with your girlfriends when I say you shouldn't, or I'm going to hurt your pet. I'm going to kill your pet even. So it becomes part of the continuum of power and control. And the sad part is I've also found that many perpetrators have that same mentality they use against their females, children, in the sense that the women are highly protective of the children, and so he's using the child as a way to gain control over the female.
And what about the abused, Mr. Ferris? Do they have common characteristics as well?
Yes, the majority are female, though, like I say, I treat male victims of domestic violence also. I'm still kind of surprised at times when I meet a new victim for the first time. And remember, for 13 years, I've been getting clients from our local DV shelter as a consultant and a therapist working. So I get kind of a constant feed of them. And then I also have my other sources and attorneys, and just my people know who I am, so they come to me if they're victims. But I'm always amazed at how many don't truly know what domestic violence is, and even I've had I've had clients who don't think they're a victim of domestic violence. They'll know there's a marriage problem, but they haven't been. I'm refraining from being too graphic because I've seen it all in terms of broken bones and types of violence in families. So they haven't been violently attacked and hit with the 2x4 or something. But I go over the power and control wheel, and they say, holy cow, this is my life. This is what's been going on with me. I remember one crime scene I was at, and the woman had been a victim of domestic violence, and she wouldn't talk to us. And I had a moment to speak to her, and I showed her the power and control wheel, and had a moment. There's a victim advocate there too, and we went over it, and all of a sudden it was like an aha moment, and she goes, darn. And I think it was a strangulation case, and she realized, and I've had some specialty training and some certification about being an expert in strangulation with the state, another subject, but she realized that she came within 4 minutes of dying for lack of oxygen to her brain, and once she realized the power and control wheel and how dangerous it was, she opened up and shared information, and that suspect who had left was eventually found. Also, statistics show that domestic violence victims will leave, on the average, about 8 times they'll leave their perpetrator before they finally leave. It often happens. And there's also socioeconomic and ethnic groups that have unique attitudes to domestic violence. This idea of protecting a child for the mother as a characteristic is very, very significant. I guess I'll take a short moment. There was a particular case that comes to mind. This mother was very abused by her husband, and he made her stay.
I'm going to object. We've just gotten into a narrative. I think he's established this fact.
Sustained. To the narrative.
Okay.
Okay, so you want me to skip the story?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. Describe what coercive control in a relationship means.
Coercive control are acts of assault, threats, humiliation, you're trying to create harm, punishment to frighten the victim, much in the manner that we're talking about a pattern of power and control. By creating fear, they work towards, it's all working towards controlling the victim. Of course, like I say, the power and control wheel is the tactics, along with physical violence and sexual violence. And then we get into that appeasement or compliance that I've talked about. They want to avoid the pain of the conflict. And pain can be emotional pain. I've had women tell me, I rather get slapped upside the head, excuse me for the phrase, but then be told I'm ugly or fat, or my self-esteem totally crumbled. And so don't underestimate how important emotional control is in that sense.
Do these offenders always behave violently, or does abusive behavior happen in cycles?
No, as I've explained, it's not always violence. It's perceived violence in terms of the threats are enough to create fear in a victim that because of some assaults or, like in using intimidation, making her afraid by looks, actions, gestures, smashing things, destroying property, displaying weapons. These are all acts of intimidation that affects them and can create a great fear because of the narrative they project, the reality that they're living as the victim, and they get into this compliance mode, and it's can be very dangerous. There is, in terms of cycles in the industry, I'll call it, we recognize there can be kind of this rain, sunshine sort of a model, that there's acute abuse, and that's kind of symbolic of it raining. And then the sun comes out and there's like a honeymoon phase with couples, and the sun, everything's nice, there's no violence or no emotional abuse, and then all that rain with the hot sun, clouds form again, and then the clouds are too heavy to carry the rain, and then it rains again. So there's some relationships, not all, but there's this cycle of violence or emotional abuse, and then a honeymoon. There's also a cycle, a generational cycle that I'm aware of, that you grow up in a family where roles are very defined. The male is the head of the household, the wife doesn't, oppose him. So sometimes that cycle goes, I see it in my clients, from generation to generation until it can get someone breaks free from that, and maybe that male realizes that's not the best role to have, and a female realizes I don't deserve this, and they move on. So that's another cycle.
Does the victim, Mr. Ferris, always appear to be afraid or act like they are afraid of the offender?
Definitely not. This gets back to what I've already been talking about. They're hiding that fear from friends, families, and for good reason, in the sense of the consequences of laying it out. And they may not understand all what's going on with domestic violence, but sometimes I've had victims say that they deserved it, that they caused the violence, that they didn't keep the house clean enough. They've got almost a brainwashing going on about what's expected of them as a woman, and they found this, I'll call it a dissociation from the facts. Mental health term, kind of an avoidance that allows them to comply because of their fear, and so it becomes no. They don't always appear to be afraid.
So let me ask you this: how common is it for the victims to smile and act happy?
I'm going to object. I think we've gotten far afield from what needs to be established on our daughter. As far as domestic violence, I'll stipulate he has this knowledge as to domestic violence at this point, but I think we've gotten far afield of what needs to be established.
Judge, I might recall for the court that they played the video of them all in the restaurant.
I'm not sustaining. I mean, this is your proffer, so
Yeah.
you
Thank you.
you tell me what you want me to know about your expert, and I'll decide what he can say and not at trial.
Thank you. Would you elaborate on how common it is for the victim to smile and act happy?
Very common. And it speaks to what I've already been discussing, that they try to hide the abuse from others sometimes for personal reasons. They don't want him to get in trouble. I've had mothers that are financially dependent, and they don't want him to go to jail or prison, because how will they take care of their kids? So they sacrifice themselves. They are afraid of, what society is going to say, or they're afraid of the abuser. So especially the afraid of the abuser is a really big part, and that they stay in line. And again, it speaks to this idea of compliance, or equilibrium, as I call it, find the lowest resistance to survive. And so they get into survival mode, and that walking on eggshells. And as a therapist, when victims come to me, we've got to kind of untangle this stress and trauma and come to terms with that, because they've gotten kind of in this lifestyle of compliance and all the hurt that comes with that, and how their self-esteem's been damaged. I could go on and on with that subject.
All right, so tell us a bit, if you would, Mr. Ferris, the role that appeasement plays in domestic violence.
It plays a huge role. We could say appeasement. We could call it compliance. We could call it walking on eggshells. We could call it don't poke the bear.
Go along, get along.
Go along, get along. It's all about avoiding pain, and that's the very technique, the fear, I'll use fear as equivalent to pain, that is a way to control, hence why this is called the power and control wheel. These are techniques, along with physical violence, that are used to control their victim and get them, and there's an ownership, I've already mentioned, a certain ownership, the jealousy, etc. And also I found some of my abusers become obsessed with their partner, that ownership quality at all costs, and they're just highly obsessed, and it can get very dangerous, actually. I've worked cases where there's been, suicide, homicide, that if I can't have you, nobody can have you. And if a victim realizes that their perpetrator's capable of hurting them, they're going to go along, or they're going to, get on a jet and fly somewhere real far away.
All right, tell us, if you would, what the impact of a child has on these dynamics.
So the impact to the child, or having a child in the scenario?
Having a child in the mix.
A huge impact. I found women who, certainly want to protect themselves and do this compliance, but when there's a child involved, and if they have a strong maternal instinct, they're going to sacrifice themselves to stay in a relationship. I've worked many cases, to my surprise, where there was no reporting of the violence or domestic abuse occurring, and so the woman, the mother, wouldn't seek a divorce, because they knew, typically in our state, if there's no extreme reason, criminal history, drug history, violence, etc., it's going to be a 50-50 custody. So I've had women who have stayed in the relationship, taking the abuse, because she's so concerned that she wouldn't want her child to be alone with that perpetrator. She sees him as a brute or a bad role model, etc.
And might that type of a scenario play out with the woman acting happy in an effort to go along and be in the company of the abuser to protect her child?
Without a doubt, that's the whole scenario, and and there are women that are better at it and more sophisticated at it than others. I'm just finished working a case where her family, as I interviewed, I won't make this long, but there was abuse. He's in prison. She was pregnant. She gave birth while he's in prison. She stayed with him. A couple years later, she was running his business while he's in prison. She finds out he's getting out early in 3 months. She commits suicide. She hangs herself because she was so afraid of him coming back. The grandparents, the maternal grandparents, had the child. I'm working on that custody issue and the criminal case. But the point I'm making is that when I interviewed the parents, the sister, the friends, all these people before the suicide occurred, they didn't know how bad the relationship was. She wouldn't show up to family gatherings, or she'd come and go, or they wouldn't see him. She was totally hiding all that extreme abuse that she was going through. The family didn't know about it till the end, before he was charged and went to jail. So she went to great lengths to hide because she was scared of him. And I believe her going along with him and running the business was all out of fear also. And then she couldn't face it and decided to leave us.
A few questions, if I can, as it relates to domestic violence abusers. What have you found in your experience and education as it relates to their ability to charm and deceive others?
Yes. I found this in a majority of the cases. They want to project an image, again, hide the abuse. Sometimes that's their strategy to deceive others because they don't want to be found out. Also, I might add that the recidivism rate, when I was running the BIP classes, I was always surprised. I'm getting the same guy back again, that there's a personality issue here that hasn't been solved per se with some men, and that there's a tendency to abuse over and over.
Is there a unique pattern of denying, rationalizing, minimizing, or blaming the victim that's typical?
It's not only typical, it's in a majority of the cases that I've ever worked. I see this almost in all the cases, I'll say. And if we look at the Duluth Power and Control wheel, there's actually at 5 o'clock, minimizing, denying, and blaming. It didn't happen. It wasn't that bad. It was her fault, which, as I've explained in the past. So that's very typical. It's also a form of gaslighting that's been in, I think, the news the last 10 years or something. So it's a form of control and gaslighting a victim.
Does it include suggesting that the problem stems from the victim's mental health problems?
Definitely. That's a very common a theme. It's also gaslighting, and also it's in the power and control wheel, using emotional abuse. About the third line down, making her think she's crazy. So it's a destabilizing technique. If you've got so much influence over me that you convince me that I'm crazy, then maybe it didn't happen. Maybe I'm wrong. So it's a self-esteem killer.
Give us an idea, if you would, of the barriers that exist to these women leaving the abusers.
Fear of being harmed, certainly, if they report to victims. Barriers to leaving can be, as I mentioned, cultural upbringings or norms, roles. A lot of victims are financially dependent upon their perpetrators and don't know what else to do, and they don't necessarily have any other resources. sometimes when I do trainings, I confront my audience, especially when I've got law enforcement or victim advocates, about their expectations of victims leaving that, perpetrator. You expect her to walk out on the street with 4 kids and she doesn't have a credit card and no family. And I kind of go into this a little deeper. I'll avoid doing that now. The fear of losing their children. So sometimes victims have experience with DCF. They understand what can be consequences if it's reported to DCF. So they don't want to report because, and I've been party to this in a lot of cases and termination of parental rights cases I've been involved with, that if she's staying with the abuser and a child, and I like I mentioned, I taught a class for DCF to men and fathers and mothers, and also trained on this a lot, that exposure to a child to trauma is trauma to that children. Separate from the traditional child abuse that we think of hitting the child or not changing the child's diaper, not having food, but actually subjecting the child to the yelling, the screaming, the abuse is trauma to that child. So if a female doesn't report and she's found out, then that can be considered a failure to protect. Now all of a sudden, and she's still a bona fide victim. So now she's being held accountable. Her children might be removed. She's got to go see people like Bruce Ferris for counseling. She's got to do all these classes. So there's and many know this, so they don't want that to be out and about. Also, sometimes I've had women, they still love him. They see the good in him. They feel he didn't have a good childhood, or it doesn't happen often, or maybe I created the problem.
So you mean these aren't split-second decisions?
What specifically?
Do they vacillate sometimes when children are involved?
No.
Should I leave? Should I stay?
I like to think of it as an evolution to leaving, but what's the motivation? If you're in that isolated situation of just he's the one, he's your world. Where's the education? Where's the involvement? That's what the role of a lot of our domestic violence shelters are in outreach, and is to involve and educate. And yes, here's services you can have. Here's someplace you can safely go. But that denial that violence will happen again is not uncommon. That feeling that it was her fault. Religious reasons. I'm always kind of surprised that, and I mean no ill towards any religious group. I don't mean to say that, but I found sometimes ministers or churches, very concerned about marriages or not getting divorced, and they actually recommend or counsel people to stay together that are hurting each other, and so that's an issue. This idea that he will hurt her if she leaves. In this quote, "I'd rather see you dead than with someone else," is not uncommon. And also the total power and control continuum and the use of that to control their partners.
Is there a particular time in these kinds of abusive relationships when violence is most likely?
Definitely. The most violent time is when she goes to leave and he knows about it, or he's there.
In other words, when he forms the perception that the realization sets in that this is the end?
When she eventually puts her foot down and makes that clear, and I know from my certifications doing fatality reviews with Johns Hopkins University, that's in the danger assessments, there's a high probability of fatalities or extreme bodily harm at that time. It's very dangerous. When we do many shelters and victim advocates that might be affiliated with the state attorney's office or wherever, they try to establish a safety plan with victims, and that plan will include, when you leave, it's when he's not home. Don't do it when he's home. And also have a safe, unknown location to go to. I have many stories I could tell of of women being hunted down and actually killed because of he knew where they were, and that just the trauma of that. I don't, even though I work in this field and I've been doing it for 20 years, it's hard for me to conceive that cloud over me of being subjected to being violently hurt. And if I am, who's going to raise my child, and will he hurt my child also? It's overwhelming for those victims, and I certainly see that in my practice, my counseling practice.
So let me ask you this as we close. Given your education and experience as a law enforcement officer, tell me, is there a general bias against females by males?
I think there is. Some of it's different social, ethnic groups, different cultures. Like I think I mentioned earlier, ownership of women. I've had, without mentioning the countries, I've been in, like I say, Gainesville is a little stewing pot of people from all over the world. I've run into men who actually thought it was okay to abuse their wife because they thought she belonged to him. And I said, sir, this is America. That's not how it works. So this ownership can be cultural. It can be dictated by social norms, what their parents did. Certainly the media and entertainment plays a big part towards women and male roles in our society.
And where can this bias be found?
Everywhere.
Everywhere
in society.
Including our institutions?
Including institutions.
And would those institutions include law enforcement?
Law enforcement, and of course I worked in law enforcement, and I was always surprised at how I constantly had to, I actually became a little internal affairs detective for my officers who didn't understand domestic violence and had biases. And I was always surprised of the biases and found sometimes they were personal. An officer's going through a divorce, so all of a sudden he's at a crime scene and he treats the female badly because of his own world, not enforcing the law appropriately. But yes, it can be, not everyone reacts the same way as a victim to domestic violence, and especially with other people. Some people develop a very fat affect. In other words, they don't show emotion, and that's their coping skill. They actually shut down. They do this dissociative sort of thing. Other people become hysterical and exaggerated in describing. So every person is different. Just because you...
I'm going to object to narrative and non-responsive to the question.
Sustained.
All right. Lastly, do uninformed professionals, in your experience, cops, judges, lawyers, counselors, often fail to recognize the signs of domestic violence?
They do, and sometimes it's because they're not obvious and they're hidden, or they don't understand the dynamic of domestic violence, and they don't necessarily understand that that victim was in fear. And though it may not show, they may be smiling in a photo, or their family or someone doesn't know about it. That doesn't necessarily speak to what was going on.
All right. Now, would you be able to relate these principles to the facts of a domestic violence case with any kind of reliability?
100%.
Have you done that before?
Routinely.
Is that what you in fact do as a professional?
It's one of the major things I do. I might put as a footnote, I'm a therapist. So sometimes clients come to me and I'm helping them with their anxiety and their depression and generalized mental health issues. But many of my clients, because I focus on domestic violence, I'm helping them understand, or the perpetrators, I'm helping them change their attitudes, usually through what I call cognitive behavioral therapy, and I could go on and on.
All right. Could you make that application and its reliability by studying the facts and documents relative to a particular case?
Actually, this is one of my professions.
All right.
I'm hired by the state for cases doing domestic violence assessments, and sometimes I never get to interview some of the parties. Maybe they're not available, they're in prison, et cetera. In private practice, and also, like I say, through DCF, I've been hired. So I look at the characteristics, what fits, what was there a display of a weapon, was there all these different things. And
would you be able to do the same application with the same reliability through a series of hypothetical questions?
Certainly.
All right.
And if I can, I would admit that I can.
Yep. Finally, let's talk about battered spouse syndrome for a moment. Are there any characteristics in traditional battered spouse syndrome that might distinguish it from an otherwise domestic violence abusive situation?
Good question. So basically, the abuse is the same. I think what makes battered spouse syndrome or battered wife syndrome, different terms through the years, different is oftentimes the victim still lives with the abuser, and there can be a history of extreme violence or violence occurring and traumatizing the victim. But the techniques of power and control and compliance and fear and how they hide it and all those things are completely the same.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Cross.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Have you ever testified as an expert on battered spouse syndrome?
No, I have not.
Do you consider yourself an expert on battered spouse syndrome?
I consider myself an expert on domestic violence, not necessarily the BSS uniquely. I haven't been recognized by a judge in that doing that. So I think that for me, there's really no difference other than that distinguishing fact, whether they live there or not, or whether there's been physical violence or not. It's still the same dynamic. The victims are the same.
But you could recognize the law might make a distinction between those two things, an expertise in those two things.
Well, I think I'm expert enough to understand that. I just haven't testified uniquely in BSS.
And how did you interview did you speak to Miss Benefield?
I did speak to her.
And for how long?
I spoke to her multiple times with a Zoom call.
Okay, my question was how long? How much time did you spend speaking to her?
It varied a little bit for an hour. Most of the times it was 2 hours.
Okay, I need you to add it up. Did you speak to her 1 hour total, 3 hours total?
Oh, total time?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry if my question wasn't clear.
I'm going just by memory. I'd be guessing a little bit here, so I apologize. Could have been I'm just trying to could have been 15 to 20 hours easily.
So you spent 15 to 20 hours speaking to Ms. Benefield?
I did.
Okay. And did you review paperwork in this case?
A lot. That's how I came to my conclusions, uniquely from the paperwork.
When you say uniquely from the paperwork, are you telling this court that you spent 15 to 20 hours with Ms. Benefield, but you didn't base the opinions that you gave previously in a depot on that time?
That's true. I did not do an assessment of her. I was not hired to do an assessment. I did not produce an assessment.
Well, what were you doing for 15 to 20 hours?
Some of it was being a counselor, and some of it was I have a reputation to keep, and I wanted to understand some, was this really a victim? So kind of got into a routine of understanding some timeline with her about what occurred and how did it fit the facts that I was reading about.
Well, wouldn't that say, if what you just said is you needed to determine if she was a real victim, then it must have come into your decision-making about this case, with that assessment you made. Is that correct?
Could you restate the question,
Well,
please?
you just testified that you spent 15 to 20 hours in Miss Benefield, and part of that was to make an assessment on whether or not she was a real victim. And
No.
so,
Not to make an assessment, as I compared the facts that I knew from what I was reading, I wanted some validity, and then some of my time was being empathetic and listening to her. But my conclusions I've come to that I talk about in the deposition were 100% from the discovery. Those were the items, and I could list them for you if you'd like.
did they include the stand your ground motion filed by Mr. Taylor and the defendant?
At the time, that was one of the items. Certainly, if I subtract that from what the things he quotes in the Stand Your Ground were other discovery items. Doug admitting to shooting the gun into the ceiling, him telling that to his priest, and phone calls and texts. So I didn't need the Stand Your Ground paperwork document to find all those bits of information that I found through looking at discovery.
Well, so the portions of the Stand Your Ground about what happened that night were not in discovery. That Mr. Benefield took a bladed stance and did this.
No, I didn't. Those items were not part of my conclusion. I could tell you I have 13 items I use uniquely in discovery that it came to my conclusion on. And it didn't include, and I never spoke to Ms. Benefield about what you just said about bladed stance. I never talked to her about that.
Well, you said you spoke to her to determine if she was a real, I guess to determine her veracity. Is that what you're trying to say?
That's one word, but I never spoke to her about the event of the shooting. Never.
Okay. Did you speak to her about the other things that were in the Stand Your Ground hearing and the discovery from things that had occurred in the past?
I think some of the things did, yes. As I think about, as she's going, basically I did some timeline understanding, when they met up until before the event, and some of those items were in there.
And did you develop an opinion as to whether or not Ms. Benefield was a battered spouse? Like, as far as battered spouse syndrome, if you would say that she suffered from battered spouse syndrome?
Yeah, I did not determine that. I determined that she was a victim of domestic violence, and that Doug was the perpetrator of that.
Based on
all the discovery and how it fits in with the continuum of power and control, and her compliance, her fear, etc.
I don't have anything else, Judge. Thanks. Thank you, sir.
Tell us what you reviewed.
I reviewed a deposition that Doug gave, and I had a written version. He makes admissions. He talks about the gunshot. He talks about punching the dog, throwing the gun, punching holes in the wall. There was a letter to his pastor where Doug admits punching a hole in the wall and shooting the gun in the ceiling. There was a domestic violence injunction in South Carolina prohibiting mutual contact, and the text of that. A really important piece of evidence for me was Ashley wrote a letter on September 18th, 2017, when she separated, outlining domestic violence that Doug did to her. I have a copy of that if you want me to go through the items, but she outlines, without necessarily being a domestic violence counselor at all, it all fits very discreetly into what power and control and what what abused women experience at the hands of their abusers. It was, and also for me, if I might say, that was a frozen moment in time. That wasn't something that she said after I met her or something like that. This was from, 2017.
And were you struck by the terms of basically art that she unwittingly included in that letter as it relates to domestic violence and power and control continuum?
It was, it's a letter that I can use in training other people to counsel domestic violence victims, or if I was to work with a group of batterers, et cetera. It's classic.
Okay, what else did you review?
Deposition of a neighbor who caught Doug at night in the yard. A text of Doug admitting to putting a tracker on Ashley's car. I mean, these are all items that show ownership, that, stalking sort of items. A text from his ex-wife documenting him physically abusing her on her honeymoon. So this gets into his character, and
I object is not responsive. The question was, what did you review, not his opinion about them.
That's fine. Go ahead. Overruled.
Thank you, Judge. Go ahead.
So here I have all this experience dealing with perpetrators, being a perpetrator to multiple victims. Sometimes when I was a detective, I would, besides my therapy work, and I see that as I interview victims, but quite often my routine, I work day shift. So I come into the department, I go to a detective briefing, I look at cases where the suspect got away. My job was to review probable cause, go make the arrest, or get the warrant. That's what I did. So the first thing I do is I run that perpetrator's name, and I find out there's an injunction, and I'm looking at the charging document that the officer left, and there's no violation of injunction in there. But then I open it up in the court system, and I found it's a different victim. So I found there's multiple victims. And also, to be fair, I'd open up her, the female, the victim's information, and I would find that there's an injunction, but it was with a different guy. So there's some serial victims, some serial offenders. So basically, the fact that he is very strong. And I know we talked about it in my deposition with the assistant state attorney, this text message from his ex-wife documenting how he abused her on a honeymoon it was appalling to me, but it was not an unknown probability. And also it spoke to, who am I looking at here? So that was one item. If I could continue. Of course, there was an injunction in Manatee County and some narrative. Dr. Russell, a forensic psychosocial mental health evaluation, I read, I think it was April 30th, 2020. She describes the abuse and domestic violence that Doug did against Ashley quite eloquently. It's quite clear the things she discovered in her she did interview and come to that conclusion. So I found that kind of enlightening. There were telephone calls and documentation between Doug and Ashley. I've got a date of August 16th, 2019, where he was, controlling, intimidating, amidst of being outside her house, following her. He was gaslighting her. He pulled a gun on his ex. There was a threat that he was going to kill himself with a gun, and there's more in that without pulling out the document. There was a very significant WhatsApp phone messages between Ashley and Doug, and in that there's statements about being armed, that he talks about warfare, rage, exterminating them, murderous mood, anger to take them out. A warrior side would be, the testosterone rage, talks about killing bad people. So let's say we could say, was this all true? Or was this techniques that to put her in fear of him? Both could be true, actually. I found that very, Dr. Broder, I read his testimony and that he gave and it was clearly domestic violence was present. There was definitely power and control tactics reviewed by him. The mic blow up, the gun incident was, and I have a quote here, was certainly a frightening experience for Ashley. Doug's temper, yelling, screaming, punching holes in walls, and Mr. Cross was in that transcript I read, and as you spoke to Dr. Broder, angry temper, very controlling, highly manipulative, very intense. The holes punched in the wall, fired a gun in the ceiling. That there was an appeasement. That word was even used by Ashley, apparently by Dr. Broder, as a strategy with Doug to protect her child, keep him at bay. This is the very issues I've been talking about. And there was text about him kicking the dog and throwing the cat between.
And her child, Emerson, in the company of Doug, acting happy.
Totally, it is not what I believe was going on. It may be that there's one thing I can say. Ashley did show, from what I've read here and what you're presenting to me, a sophistication to, and maybe that's her performance side for being a ballerina or whatever, I don't know. But she could put up a good front. And this was to keep that warrior side of Doug at bay. She was concerned and afraid. And she was very afraid for her daughter. This is the mother factor. Her getting in that station.
Yes, at the sheriff's office.
Her going along. That's much like I talked about that wife that stays with the abuser to protect the child. The idea of letting him, have custody at that time without, and I don't think, if I remember from documents I read, they didn't have that. He didn't have a lot of exposure to and so, yeah, that was definitely the mother, maternal instinct, wanting to protect her daughter, and at her own expense. But that's nothing. I'm a parent. I take a bullet for my kid. It's not about me. It's about protecting them. I think that mothers do that. That's what mothers do.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ferris.
Mr. Ferris, it's always a little bit dangerous when the court has questions, because certainly I'm both the finder of this multiple times. Mr. Taylor, I've probably said it in hearings with you. I know you